Alright guys, good morning, good morning, good morning. I know normally I don't come live this early. Rudy, how are you? Normally I'm not going to, normally I don't open mic this early. Hey, man of the woods, good morning, good morning. Anishian, hello. I want Rudy to understand what's going on. You guys have been here all the time, but, you jumped a little? I think Lebonsky grabbed that flip. Lebonsky, did you grab that flip? Let me turn the mic on. All right. We got mic on, guys. Normally I don't come on this early. Obviously don't expect this every day. But here we are. Rudy, welcome, welcome. We'll go over this a little bit. I don't want to get too caught up in it right now. Because... Oh, no, don't trade today. Oh, yeah, Lebonsky, you said you can't trade today. You're right. All right, absolutely, yeah. The flip was decent there, though. Nothing wrong with it, right? All right. What do we got? Yes, that was our plan from yesterday, but it was 12 a.m. here. I just took my few ticks and hadn't printed another 8-hour candle before I closed the trade. Otherwise, I would have moved to BE and let it run. Good lesson learned. Very nice, Paul. All right, guys. Normally, I don't open the mic. Normally, it's about another hour. So, Rudy, just as it goes, it'll be another hour normally before I ever open. But we're in the flip on Sim. Good Initian. Very nice, very nice. But we'll go ahead and go through this news because we're probably going to see something there. Right? Would not surprise me any. I expect a move down. Everybody thought I was crazy when I said it 7:07 this morning that there was a dump incoming. I was talking to the indicator guy in the DMs, and he was like, the indicator should show the indicator that he wants to show. He says, there should be a buy signal coming up. I said, well, that's funny because the market's going to dump. And I think he thought I was out of my mind. So, we got about 100 and... what was the dump that came in past that? About 140 ticks, guys? Yeah, 130. 130, yes. I still expect more. We just caught this level. So what happened here? Rudy, you're there, Rudy, right? Hopefully it's here since I opened mic. After all this, I hope it's here. Oh, come on. Tell me he didn't go back. I hope he's not going through the live streams now. Please, please, please. Rudy, tell me you're out there. Oh no. Yeah, right? Come on, Rudy. I opened my mic for no reason. No, it's alright. I really thought he'd be here. That was my whole point here. I'm going to be worn out by all get out by the time we're done with this stream. Well, let's see if we can get anything anyways, guys. What did we say that was? Yeah, old man's right. I wonder if he was, I wonder if he was the one in the server. Paul, are you here? You think he was the one in the server?
The rough P-boy?
Yeah.
Possibly. Again, I don't know. I only seen his name there for the first time on the YouTube live. Switch the mic off again in reality, and sure, we'll come back and do what we normally do. Would you point wearing yourself out?
It's alright. I'm not worried. I'll see if I can ping him. Man, oh man, oh man. He asked so many questions, and the problem is, you know as well as I do, Paul, trying to tell all this stuff through text just isn't easy.
Yeah, impossible.
Basically, you hunt stop losses up or down where the market moves to the NY Open. I don't really know what he's asking there. I don't know exactly what he was asking. That was half the issue with me. I didn't know what in the world to say because I don't know what to open. I don't know. Anyway, we got news coming in, guys. Rudy, yes, there. I'm here. No, no, no. Yeah. Thumbs up. Okay. Good. I pinged him in the server too. I thought that was him, but I wasn't sure. Maybe now. Hopefully. Are you listening now, Rudy? Unemployment claims, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, are you listening now, Rudy? Can you hear me? We got news coming, so I'm going to try to run through this news too. I can hear you, Mr. Y can hear you. Okay. Oh, he entered the, okay. I just saw he entered the, he just entered. Okay. You can hear me here for sure. Better to, I don't share a screen here, Rudy. Let me give you a, role though. Not that you have to open mic, but if you prefer to at any point in time, you can. You do have to leave and return. Either way, you can, okay, you're listening now. All right, so when you talk about ranges, right? We'll just draw this out real quick. We only got a few minutes because we're going to try to watch this 8:30 news as well. So we may pause here in a minute. But how price moves, right? I mean, I'm sure you understand already. What do you trade? What strategy do you trade? And I'll just put it in the terms of, and I can explain it to you better from what your understanding is, right? Golden setup and Rinko scalping. Okay, so like the golden pocket. Gotcha. Okay, so that's going to be the same structure as anything else, so it doesn't really make a whole bit of difference. So when you create a range, right? We'll just draw some. Just imagine these to be candles for a range. My dogs are going crazy because my not a beginner. Yeah, that's fine. Well, then you should have absolutely no problem understanding. My dog's going to go crazy because my neighbor has his lawnmower running. So when you look at a range, this is a range, right? So these are the boxes that I put on, or range, right? Top of the range is going to be what? Top of the range is going to be your order blocks, supply areas, resistance areas, however you want to look at it, right? Bottom of the range is going to be what? Your demand zone, bullish order blocks, support zones, however you want to look at it, right? That's exactly how the market moves. So where do traders enter? Right, that's all you got to know. And if you understand the market well, you already realize exactly where traders enter. So what do we got? We got stop losses above the highs. Here. Stop losses above the highs for all the traders that are short here. We've got stop losses below the lows. For all the traders that are long off of support, you know, bullish order blocks, whatever you want to say, right? Now, where are the next stop losses to come at? Then you got breakout traders, right? So if a breakout trader is to trade, let's say we come down and you bang through this, right? So breakout traders, some enter the actual break of a range, some enter the break and retest. You know, you think W's, M's, what, you know, what's an M? We just went over this yesterday too, because a lot of people get confused about that too. You got an M, right? M breaks down, goes into a W, you know, is essentially all the market moves that you get. And what is that? Well, essentially that's just a range. These are just ranges. Whoops. Wrong tool. Those are just ranges, just the same, right? So you could look at it like apartment buildings, if you will, office buildings, however you want to look at it. This is going to be your top floor. And this is going to be your bottom floor, right? Super simple, the way people trade. It's just how they look at everything, right? So what we are looking for is we are looking for areas where everyone is biased one way in the market, right? So like when gold was making all-time highs and we were coming up, we were getting the high and everybody was shorting down. This is the perfect opportunity, right? So let's just say we're at all-time highs on gold. And we'll draw an entry here because this is one of the things that you were asking about. Again, you're going to have to see these in play, but this gives you an understanding anyways. So when you get up and you make it to the all-time highs on gold, well, what happens? Right. Candle. What? You get a candle. Just like this, right? So essentially, you get the highs. Let's just say that your high, you know, your last high was here. We'll just put in the last candle, just for fun, to realize where you're actually looking at in the market, right? So here's the last candle that created the last high, correct? This candle comes in, makes a new high, right? And then you have this big wick. Well, what is this wick here? Once you break the highs, what does all traders do? They all start shorting into this. So what we're looking for is for the shorts to come in, you know, so where are stop losses above the highs? Shorts come in. Next candle comes in. Obviously, it's going to be a red candle. Red candle comes down, which now creates the bottom wick, right? So our entry is based plainly on this. When we see this candle right here, once everybody's short, again, these aren't just you trade them anywhere that there's a flip candle, right? People really have to start to realize that these are in key areas. So something like here, where everybody's short, if this green candle came right here and everybody's short, that's where we're looking for this setup, right? We're not just looking at it in the middle of this range. We're not looking to trade a flip in the middle of this range. Does some guys do it? Yes. However, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking to target the key areas that traders are going to be short. This area here. That's where we want this setup, right? So let's get that first. And now that you've got your candle, close, top wick, you're looking for a long entry, right? On the flip of this candle. So you set your entry, something like this. The stop loss goes below the wick of this candle, right? Because that's the lows of that candle. Candle comes up, triggers you into the entry. Obviously, candle turns green because now we flipped bullish. And TP1 will be the recovery of the wick, which is where people entered. So that is where people will go BE. The weak hands, what they'll do is they live through the move down and move down again. So everything's going well. They think everything's great. And then it starts coming up to test their entry. Okay, so what is every seller? Every short seller is a future buyer. So when they start getting weak hands and they start going BE in the areas that they traded here, that helps push this price up in order to push through the stop losses of everybody else that trades the same strategy, which essentially everyone trades the same strategy. And I know everybody, it's very, it is a very uncommon thought. It's very unpopular. A lot of people get upset and say, no, I trade this and everyone else trades retail, and I've heard it on and on and on, but I can prove to you, if you give me enough time showing up to these streams, that everybody's entered in the exact same spot. All traders trade in the same spot. That's why 98% of traders fail. Very, 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 very easy, right? So that's essentially how it works. To see it in real time is a whole different deal. Well, I mean, we do trade setups daily-ish. I'm not going to promise you there's always going to be a trade setup. That's not how this works, right? News in 2 minutes. Okay, hold on. Sure enough, yeah. That's not how this works. It's not always an entry. It's about patience. That's why I put out the whole mindset series as well, if you want to watch that. But it is about patience. You will have a super high win rate, but you won't take 30 trades a day. I will say that, right? So it depends on if you prefer to, win and take profits, or if you prefer to take a bunch of trades. That's what it's all got to do with. Let's see if we can get this daily flip, guys. This is what I'm looking for right here. Let's see what unemployment claims brings. Thanks for explaining. Still need to watch more. Yes, absolutely. And if you have more questions, I just want to watch the news real quick and we will get back to it. Let's see if we can find an entry here. I still think it's going to be down, guys. I'd like to see the next candle come in and put in a top wick. It's going to be hard to trade straight into news. Anybody who just wants to be a degen, expect the drop. The problem is you want it to pump up first. Do not just jump in on the drop, right? So completely up to y'all, but we could get a move up to test these areas first. The gap just got filled here. That's what brought in your shorts, right? Fair value gap got filled. So what do you expect? You expect them to get knocked out before it goes down. You want their stop losses hit. So you want this next candle to come up into this area right here before dumping down, really. Will it just dump? Maybe. It's news. You never know. But their stop should be right up in this general vicinity. You want them to get knocked out really first. What do we got left? 47 seconds, but I do expect to go down below here. So it's just, we need to see how she reacts first. See if we can find an entry. Can't just jump in because you feel it. Again, we trade reactions, not predictions, guys. Make sure you got secure positions. 1 second, guys. Watch nothing happen. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Let's see what kind of stop loss we're gonna have here. I hate trading back into range, but it'll be a bit. Up and actually knocks all them shorts out. Nothing happened, guys. That is unfortunate. All right. Nothing there. Nothing to do there. If anybody just wanted to take it, go ahead. 11 ticks stop loss. I'm not going to trade into this range unless it grabs the shorts first. You can expect the recovery this wick, guys. So 11's, if you're trying to get in there, I'm not. Gosh, I don't like any part of it, honestly. Anyway, I'm gonna wait out here. Let's talk about this some more. Okay, so, and then what we do, Rudy, is with so we take profit 1, put stop into profit once you recover wick. So essentially that would be what people would call, you know, your double top or retesting the highs or whatever. But what we expect at this point is that price is going to push through. So we'll take TP1, go +1 is what I go, but essentially break even. And then your second contract, you chase with a stop loss. As price moves in your direction, you never actually take TP2. So it's just not how it works. You just continue to pull and continue to go until you get stopped out of the position. So there is no, I don't do R to R trading or any of these things because, you know, I have no reason to settle for 2R or 3R or whatever the case may be. You go back to Friday's stream, we had an entry there that ran, I think it ran almost 400 ticks by the time it was all said and done. I don't know if you trade futures or not, Rudy, but if you trade regular spot gold or whatnot, then you're talking, you know, 400 pips, however you want to look at it. You do in Q? Okay, yeah. Ace, he does in Q. We got a lot of guys here that trade in Q. So I trade in Q to pass evals. There, we're coming up to. Hopefully bang them stops out, guys. So does that make a little bit of sense? Essentially how it works, or where I came up with this strategy at, right? I learned a lot of strategies. And then loss of voids. BE on shortly. Oh, B on shortly. Okay. Okay, loss of voids. Yeah, I'm early, man. I'm sorry. Anyway, how I learned this strategy, I learned a lot of strategies when I first started trading. I was a full-time crypto trader in the beginning, Rudy. And then I switched to futures because I live in the US, number one, right? And they were getting real crazy about the KYC and the exchanges, and I was tired of messing with all of it. And futures, you know, gives you a lot more opportunities because all your data is the same. So I swapped over to futures. I struggled in the very beginning because it definitely doesn't move like crypto. And so it was little, you know, I was trading over extensions, things of that nature in crypto. And this wick's going to be dangerous unless the next candle short wick down. Then yeah, we'll have to see. It should bang out these stops first. Like I said, I was expecting movement with that news, and there wasn't. I'm a little concerned now if we actually get the daily flip. We'll see. So anyway, and then I started trading with JJ, BWAP trader, JJ the Gorilla. He was a market maker for 30 years, right? And it was, and he doesn't trade the same as me. Everybody always says, oh, well, I want to learn how to trade from him. Then he doesn't trade the same. He actually is an order flow trader. But it was some things that he said that resonated with me, right? And one of the things, yeah, lost some points. Yeah, I trade full time. I thought you already knew that. Anyway, and what he said was, as a market maker, they actually don't hunt stops like everybody believes, right? Everybody thinks, oh, well, they hunt stops all the time. Stop losses, you know, that's what they're doing, is hunting stop losses. No, I don't have a day job. How in the world could I have a day job when I'm never away from here? Anyway, where would I find time? Yeah, exactly. I'm not streaming from work, no. I don't think they'd like that, especially since my dogs are barking in the background. Anyway, man, I just, you guys completely made me lose my entire train of thought. So what he said was they look at it as a market. All they're doing is looking for, that might have grabbed him there. One more pump up would be a little nicer. I'm not sure they got him there. At least 0.5 a previous wick would have been nice. Anyway, so what he said was if they could get $10 million worth of orders by pushing the market, by using $5 million worth of money to push the market, then they're going to do that all the time. And that super resonated with me. And again, he doesn't trade this way. He trades order flow. He trades single prints, but he was talking about his market making days, right? And I started thinking about that, and I started thinking about all the strategies because I'd learned a ton. And if you want any PDFs or any courses on any kind of strategies, Rudy, just let me know in the Discord. I've got everyone you could possibly imagine. Everything's free. I don't charge for anything. I trade for a living. I'm not a salesman, so nothing you'll ever have to pay for. But anyway, so as I started looking at this, I'm like, okay, so if I was a support and resistance trader, where would I enter? All right. If I was a supply demand trader, where would I enter? And I've learned all these strategies, right? If I was an ICT trader, where would I enter? If I was an SMC trader, where would I enter? And what I saw when I was drawing all this stuff on the chart is everybody enters a little different. You know, it's entry in and at a level, right? So think about ICT, SMC. And a lot of people like to separate those. So that's why I do it. Actually, ICT created SMC. So it's tough to separate them, but regardless, that's what people do. And some people have taken SMC and changed it to different limits. So that's why I separate them. But if you look at where you'd enter, so say you have a fair value, or say you have a order block, right? Bearish order block. So some traders will enter it just pinning the order block. Some traders will enter it hitting the 0.5 of the order block. Some traders will go down to the 5-minute once it goes into the order block and find a break of structure and then an entry back on a low time frame, sometimes even the 1-minute. All right. The same thing goes for like, let's say a supply area. You know, you got some guys that just enter on the supply area. Some guys enter chart champions, for example. What they do is you get to a supply area, or their POI, they call it, still supply area, right? And they go down to the 1-minute and look for a break of the 0.3. So your orders, when you get into these areas that people are going to enter long or short, you know, where most traders are long or short, once you get to these areas, their entries could be different. A lot different, not necessarily, but they could be somewhat different, right? So you're going to have orders kind of scattered about in this area, right? But we can all agree with the fact that if a guy was to enter a bearish order block, where does he put a stop loss? If a guy was to enter a supply zone, no matter where he enters at, where is he going to put a stop loss? If a guy was to enter at resistance, where does he put a stop loss at? Right? And if you think about these things, the answer is simple. Their stop loss is above the highs. Right? So that's where your stop losses are sitting. And the one thing that comes back into this, though, is once you break out, right? Let's say you break the highs, because a lot of people say, oh, well, it's just breakout trading then. No, it's not breakout trading, because we're looking for a specific entry. So if price is to break out, say it breaks out and you close above, right? The problem now is breakout traders have longed, right? Support resistance traders, well, what do they look at that as? Now they look at it as resistance, flip support. Supply demand traders, same thing. SMC traders, ICT traders, well, they look at it as a breaker block. So now it's a bearish order block broke to a bullish order block. So you have to be real cautious as to once stops are hit now, right? our traders long to where we're trading back down into the long stop losses. All right. Does that make sense? Hopefully, see, I'm trying to give you a whole bunch of info all compiled quickly. I think I'm confusing you probably, sadly. Here should be that push. How many ticks? Yeah. I don't think anybody probably entered that flip, but if you found a low time frame to get in on that, very nice, guys. Good push down now. Thanks. Yeah. Yes, it does. I got it all. Okay. And this is essentially what we trade every day, right? And it's super easy once you figure it out. It seems super complex in the beginning. So if you would have entered this flip just per se, right? Like we were just speaking about, for me, the stop loss is too big, but I usually set these up for guys, right? Your stop loss would have been sitting just above that wick high. And essentially, we're actually targeting the flip on the daily, but you'd be looking for this. Now, I wouldn't trade this personally because we're trading into range. So there's your stop loss. Your TP is going to be the recovery of this wick, right? Which is actually the bottom of the zone. That's where everybody's going to enter back in. Like I said, I wouldn't be trading in range. I don't prefer to do that really, but a lot of these guys do. So your take profit would be, and I don't know if you don't trade gold, 40, about 40 ticks. Looks like about 40-ish ticks. So that's like 400 per contract. And then you will drag your stop loss once this hits, and you'll know right here, once this taps here, whether we're going or not. There's your tap. Now she should push through. So on this particular trade, you'll see the longs come back in, and then she'll push through. So now you're going to BE. I go +1 to cover my commissions, right? So you got $400 on your first contract, saying you only did 2. Now you go +1. Your longs are going to start coming in here, and you'll see this candle react. And it'll go up, it'll go down, it'll go up, it'll go down, and then we'll run through the stop losses of the longs that are entering here. TP hit. Very nice. Man, Bear Bull, you took it? I was just explaining here. And you'll see this push right here, Rudy, and this is the push that we're looking for. See that push? That's the push. That's them pushing through the stops, the longs that are trying to break in there. Now we'll come down, and this will be our next test. So essentially, as you're running this position, your next test will be this wick. That's where the last longs came in at. So your traders that are holding for longer periods of time, you know, i.e. not scalpers, they're long here. And you'll see them come back in, and you'll see the exact same thing on this wick. As we come down here, you'll see the wick tapped, tested, a stall. Sometimes you'll see enough of a stall that you'll start seeing bullish divergence on oscillators. That makes everything even better. That means that your longs are really going to start coming in, and that's even better for, you know, your position, because the more long orders, the more confluences you can get for the long side, the more likely it is that they're going to run through those stops, because you got a lot more orders setting below. And that's what they're going to target. And I realize this goes against absolutely everything you've learned. Everybody thinks, oh, well, all the confluences mean that it has to be long. No, all the confluences mean that the market, you know, the traders are going to go long, which is exactly why we're looking for shorts. Right. Hopefully that makes sense. For all you guys that are still in this thing, I didn't think anybody was going to take it, guys. I will manage it with you. You want to start moving your stop a little closer now, guys. All right. Not super close. Close enough that if she reverses here, you should be up about 600 per contract here. The pop's about to happen. It's going to move up just a bit, and then she'll pop through, guys. There you go. There's the pop on that one. We'll wait for the next wick. Like I said, at 7:07, we expected this was going to happen. It's just, I expected it to be with the news. The news did nothing. So, here's the next one, guys. You should be, like I said, you should have took TP1 on first contract. Should have bagged 400 there. Should be up over 6 on this one, guys. Let's go. You're a wizard, Harry. You're funny, man. Took the trade in 100 tick, 45 ticks on a heavy contract and profit. Beautiful. Beautiful lost and void. She should still push. Next wicks here, guys. And these are the candles we want to trade, Rudy. So if you notice, when we get involved in candles, they're going to be the big candles on the chart. We're not trading nothing like this. Timing's a lot as well. So after what I need to pass eval. Very nice. Lost and voids. That's exactly what I want to hear. Absolutely beautiful. Make sure to manage here. I don't know if you already got out, but make sure to manage as we go here as well. Okay. Don't give it all back. Locked out the count. Okay. 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 Very beautiful. All right, we'll test. Let's see if longs start coming in. If longs start coming in, this will even be better, guys. They're going to look at this as an area to come in. So that'll give us momentum to push through. All right. So make sure to manage this as we go down. Got up about 900 for however many contracts you guys got left. So don't give too much back. Watch the tests on these wicks. Should be the next area. And remember, this is the flip. So once we get here, it'll drive for real because your daily candle is going to go bearish. All right. So again, this isn't the actual EP. We want to put a wick on this candle. All right. So do we have some more room to the downside? We got a little more. You might want to start, if it pushes real fast here, guys, you might want to start to really manage aggressive on, it could be a fast push. So just be aware of that. Once we hit this area, it could be a fast push. So probably be a quick wick and then a push back up. You know, especially we've only got, what time is it? 11 minutes set in this candle, and we've got a pretty good idea that this bottom candle, that this bottom wick should come in. So make sure you manage closely. If you get tapped out here, no worries. We'll look for the next top wick and flip to continue your way down if you want, rather than make sure to manage it accordingly, guys. Should be the push here. Like I said, be real careful because this flip's going to be quick. I'm assuming, right? Like, should be a quick push down and put a quick wick on. Again, continue to manage, guys. You should be up quite a bit at this point. About $1,000 per contract. Don't give too much back. 10 minutes. She's got to move quick here. Let's go, gold. Trying to stall. Longs will come in here if she keeps stalling. Good and bad. Good because she will push down more. Bad because you could see quite a bit of retrace here before we ever make this flip. May have to wait for the next setup, which isn't bad either. You guys manage how you feel, but we'll have to see here if she stops too long. I expect it to flip here, but not get it on this candle. I really expected it on news, not gonna lie. Come on, one more tap of the lows. This will tell everything right here. We got to go down and tap them lows. Now they caught the bottom of that range. Now on a low time frame, it looks like we made a double bottom. It looks like we've got to break a structure. So they're trying to long the crap out of it. that, you know, 87% of candles have wicks. So we have to anticipate a bottom wick on this candle. So she needs to get moving. We only got over 8 minutes for the close. Come on, gold. That flip. Told the guy that did the indicator today, because he talks in pips, right? I said, we're going to have an over 200 pip move today. Dump. And I think he thought I was out of my mind. One more tap. Should put. I'm very tired. I can't guess anything on chart. I'm just watching. No worries, Mr. Y. You realize watching's good for your brain. You see this stuff happen over and over again, and it makes your brain recognize it. That's exactly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that at all. If you're not up to it, and you're not, you know, you're tired, you're not completely coherent, then by all means, watching is better. But, and I think you still get something out of it, in my opinion, right? We've been up as much as about 1,100 per, guys. 1 hour's looking amazing. Yes, it is, Lebonsky. Might set up for another entry, too. I'm not going to lie. Osmosis. What? I don't know what that is. What you mean bio-osmosis? Drinking water? Oh, learning by osmosis. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I was like, what? Drinking water? Reverse osmosis? By being here. Yep, it's true. It's true. We were talking about some Aquafina. Reverse osmosis. There you go. I say silly shit. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, this is probably going to be the bottom wick, guys. So, I imagine most of you have probably secured. You'll still get another opportunity if she puts on a bottom wick here. We may have a candle or two, you know, bullish, or even a initiation. Yeah, it may have a real big stop loss though. Or we may get a, you know, just a sideways candle that doesn't go anywhere, since it is 9. So essentially you may get that 9 a.m. kind of sluggish candle that just doesn't really do anything. And then 9:30 could set up for the next move if you're still trying to catch a bit of this. Where was our weekly open at this week, guys? It's below us, right? Yeah. Okay. What is today? Wednesday, right? No, today's Thursday. Whew. I don't know, guys. It would be a miracle to make it down there to this week. Of course, I said that a few weeks back. I remember. It's been a little more than that. I guess it was a few months. It was when Trump was doing something, and we said, man, there's no way we're making it back this week. Sure enough, we did. She dumped all through Asia, all through London. Crazy. I need some better firm account. The one I have, it's a mental lock on my head. Huh. Oh, the 2% rule. Why don't you switch to futures, Mr. Y? Find a company that you like and switch to futures, to doing that 4X stuff. I think you'd like it better. I really do. Rather than 4X, Mr. Y, but I know a lot of you guys trade 4X, but here at a trailing, we'll get an end today. You can get a static account too. There's futures companies that have static accounts. There's futures companies that had an end a day rather than intraday. I mean, all of them are easy, man. Gotta be honest with you. I think people get it more in their head. I will get future in some time once I get done with 4X count. Yeah, I think people get it more stuck in their head that intraday trailing than anything else. I'll be honest with you. I've did the intraday. I've did the end of day. You guys already know, all here live. I didn't see any difference. I know a lot of people talk about, well, it's so much harder to do the intraday trailing drawdown, but I gotta be honest with you. I just don't see a difference. I really don't. It's just, you know, when you're running a trail, when you're running your stop loss, you're dragging your stop loss, it really just never is an issue. So the only time that the intraday becomes an issue is if you let your position go hugely into profit and then let it go against you. That's the only time that it becomes any issue. And you really should, you know, manage your trades anyways. Why give everything back when we're trading, you know, these moves like this, these big moves? There's no reason to let it go against you like that. This is going to be super interesting if we close with no bottom wick here, guys. You already know what that means. This may be super interesting. Yeah, some people do hold too long, Crown. That's the problem. You said like you. There's a lot of people that do that. That's where intraday will get you. You're absolutely right. That's where it'll get you. But you can always go into day if you trade that way, right? Or even a static. I know guys don't talk much about static accounts, but you can get a static drawdown to where the drawdown doesn't move at all. So you buy an account, it's got a, you know, $600 drawdown or whatever it is, and now it's always $600. So you start out small and build away from your drawdown, and now, you know, you're 2K away. And, you know, the next day, the next trade, you're 3K away and 4K away, and it doesn't matter no more. Now the drawdown's essentially irrelevant. So it's another idea, guys. I mean, just whatever works best for you. I would love to see no bottom wick here. That would be absolutely amazing. If we could get a no bottom wick candle, next candle comes down, puts on a bottom wick, and then we flip and drive up. That long will be very nice. Because everybody tried to FOMO in short. There won't be any longs that came in here at this level. I don't expect that, but man, would it be great. I'd love to see a no wick candle right below the level. I don't think we're going to get there though. Man, it'd be nice. I'm going to have to look into that one. Daily wick is about to make... Daily candle's about to make a wick. Yeah, that's what we were looking for. That's that line on my chart there, Crown, is the flip on the daily. Yep, it was wickless. Yep, that's what this arrow is. There's some accounts. That's that old indicator. We've got a wick. Much of a wick? We're gonna move up here. Not much, guys. This might push down and flip. Not much there. Interesting close. Right at that level, too. Interesting close. Yeah. Good push down here. If you're still in it, like I said, guys, make sure to manage it here. Let's see how this flip happens. It's gonna be tough, though. We've got no momentum up yet. Nice volume today. Yeah, there was. It was crazy, Mr. Y, because the news didn't do nothing, right? We expected that 8:30 that news would come in, and really it stalled. The news essentially did a lot of nothing.
Kurwa, jego mać.
Hey, stocks. I don't know if he even knows his mic's open. Huh. Furio. That's all it is. Good morning. Dips. Reno, maybe? Good morning, good morning. I hadn't seen you here before. If you want to open your mic, just let me know. I'll give you the roll. Oh, I'm not even watching this thing. There she is, guys. There's the flip. Manage accordingly. Man, I didn't even... Sorry, I was looking at the Discord screen. You guys got to understand, I've got tons of screens here. Not tons, I got 3. Should be up about 1,500 per contract, guys. Continue to drag this thing, but manage it closely now because that wick down. Put this wick on now, right? So, if we continue down, we'll start getting into this range here. We didn't have much of a top wick on this candle. Closed too early as always. It's all right, man, bear bull. It's all right. And if anybody took the next flip, it was a tough one. But if you took it, or if you're trading, you know what I mean, and wondering, you could have honestly took a second entry. It would have been super hard because of such a lack of wick. So you would have wanted to air out your stop just a bit and then run it to the flip and then go BE right at the flip and TP1, right? This break here, and then continue to drag your stop and manage it from there. We expect it to go, I expect to go back up now. Right? I expect to go back up and flip. So you caught all that. You caught all of it. I expect that's probably pretty much the done deal, if you will. Can it come down and continue to run? Go ahead. If you manage it, go ahead. But, well, how much was that wick? Let me make sure here before I... Yeah, it's about 32 ticks. Could break it again, but I bet that level... Bet that level holds. Don't have any other wickless candles either. So that's probably about the gist of it, honestly. Like I said, if you... Completely up to you and how loosely you want to manage it. How much you want to get back. There may be some more in it. I mean, it only came back about 21. If it comes down, let's watch it test this low again real quick. If it comes back down, test this low and holds, I'd get out. This flip's always going to be a move back out too. So let's see this low. I'll work it with whoever's still in it. I don't know if anybody is or not, but if anybody is, let's go ahead and work through it. So here's the low test. See how she reacts. We had some longs come in. See if we push through them stops. One more tick she's going to push through. Yeah, should push through one more time. There it is. Push through. Should push down. Let's go. Push, push. Right, what's our next level over here? Here's the range that I was talking about. Once we tap the top of this range, you know, it's all in whether we get back into it or not. So essentially this is where we're testing. Remember, we this range lined out. So we should go back down now and test the bottom of it, if that makes sense. But there's no guarantees. You know, normally when we get to that 0.5, she starts reacting pretty well. Try to manage. Don't give back, guys. All right. Be up almost 2K per contract. Get up to there. Yep, right at 2K per contract, guys. No bottom wick close on XAU. Okay. Let me see what you drop. Very nice initiative. Done for the morning, gotta go. Thank you for that. Alright, man, Bearable. Have a great day, man. Appreciate you showing up as always. I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, you too, man, Bearable. Have a great day. See what else we can do here, guys. Back up here. Alright, Awesome Void. See you in a minute. just got wrecked. How'd you get wrecked, Crown? Horrible entry. Okay. Don't FOMO, please, Crown. Don't FOMO. Moving big right now. Minus 400. All right. Well, I'll have to find a spot to get that back. Got 17 minutes to the next close. We'll see what happens. We'll probably get another setup next close, right? Price is currently at previous day point of control and battling 200. Yeah. All right. I still think she's going to push down a bit more, maybe. I think she just tested the 0.5 of that range. Let me see here. And that's going to be kind of where... No, not quite yet. Yeah, so this is where we should start seeing a bit of a reaction. So if you guys are still there, make sure to attention to that. Pushes through it, great. We'll see more downside. If it doesn't push through, show hold for your retrace back up. I mean, she came down a long way, guys. So I would super start thinking about trying to get aggressive with securing the trade here. Paused. Paused again. This should be the push. Now, if she holds 0.5 after this push, she's even struggling there, then I would definitely consider making good of it. And that's where I'd say we're probably about ran up. $2,100. That's that wick. Had not seen it. $786. Could be a move up here. That's probably about all she wrote. All right, Rudy, does that make sense? Everything that we went over and actually seeing one of these play out live? That is the bottom wick on the daily, if that makes sense to you. Essentially, this candle had... Essentially, this candle had no bottom wick. Daily came up, came all the way up here, broke the highs with absolutely no bottom wick. So that area there that we were looking at, my drawings back to see that. This right here was the flip on the daily. So I had an arrow here for the wickless candle on the daily, and then I put this across so that we would know where the flip on the daily was. And we anticipate that, right? You're fine, you're fine. Loss avoids. Normally I'm not here this early, so you're good. No worries, no worries. I only opened up so that I could explain to Rudy, because he was asking a lot of questions and I wanted to be able to answer them, but it was super hard to answer them by text. I was struggling with being able to actually write them by text, guys. Sorry. Oh, did the 80% play? Maybe our bowl must have, yeah. That wifey posted? Had to of 29 to 29, 890. Oh, we still got more room. Area. Okay, so yeah, it's not in it. It's not in it yet. I see, I see, I see. Barely touched it again. Let's see. Very nice. That's going to be the value area high from then. Let's see. Let's see if she actually plays through or not. That I would be surprised, though, not going to lie. If she comes down that much, it's not unheard of, I guess. Got a long way to go, though. Huh. All right, interesting. I don't know if we can move that much in a day. But I will tell you, you want something to think about. Look at this. You said it says 28.90. Well, there's our weekly open, just like we seem to always retrace to by Friday. So just think, she may be a down day again tomorrow. Wonder what kind of news we have tomorrow. Not a bad idea. Thank you, Man Bear Bull. Yeah. Do you want that notification? You just add it, but I can add it to you. You want it? I'll add it to you real quick. Hope you said yes. I can't see now. 8% setup notification. Oh, you already got it. Oh, you got it. Yeah. Okay, okay. I don't know how many people have it. I can tell you. I can tell you, though. That I can tell you. That's what you were saying. Never mind, man. Don't mind me. I'm half tired. Gotta be honest with you. I didn't sleep well last night. I was up a lot of the night. I played poker yesterday, right? And I went to the tables. And I was talking back and forth in DMs with Landon. I didn't go live for the challenge because, as you guys know, the micro stakes has been beating me up. And last night, I cashed out at like 400 big blinds. Very, very good night of poker. And I think I was just kind of still pumped on that when I went to sleep last night. Yeah. It was a good day. The micro stakes has been beating me up. You guys know this. I have had absolutely no luck with it. It hasn't been great. So the challenge we're a bit down on. I think 30 some big blinds, 40 some big blinds, something. I wish that we would have, caught that live. However, I do have it all recorded, guys. So I'll probably drop the video over on the other channel. Just to show how it looks when things are doing well. And I know with the micro stakes, we don't seem to have a lot of that because there's so many degens there. But yeah, it was a great night of poker. I'll tell you that. Why can I not find this roll at all? Oh, right there. 108 people, Man Bear Bull. 108 people have that notification. So, a few. It might be adrenaline though. Yeah, I was pumped. I'm not gonna lie. And then the wife, I think she grabbed like $900 last night too during Asia on the on NQ. She was trading NQ last night. She did well too. So.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Good. We finally got some decent trades today. That call that you had, I held on to that. That was a good one.
Very nice.
More of those.
Very nice. That is great to hear. Great to hear.
Yeah. So you use the 1,000 tick with a 30-minute, right? Is that
800, but I don't think you can use that on Top Step X.
Oh no, I only have the 1,000.
Yeah, I don't think the 1,000 will be that much different, but
2,000.
I do use the 800, but I don't think 1,000 will be that different.
Gotcha. So
good morning, PD.
Gotcha. Yeah, so like ticks, obviously when you switch to a time frame versus tick, it's drastically different, right? So tick is essentially just the current price of what's being ordered, where time is just the price within that time candle, right?
Well, how it is, the candle is formed. So like when you're on the 30-minute, that's just, you're exactly right. It's forming a 30-minute candle. So it's what happened in the past 30 minutes, right? Or as the 30 minutes is developing, as we're in a candle now, to where the 800 tick chart is just 800 transactions per candle. So when you had, so like if price is slow, and this is why I've always tried to say that it shows volume, because a lot of people argue, oh no, it doesn't show volume. Well, when you have a bunch of volume, those candles speed up. They start spitting out fast because there's so many transactions, because all volume is transactions. It's just orders. Everybody likes to look at everything so, I hate to say complex, guys, but that's almost what it seems like. It's so complex the way they want to look at it. They say, oh, well, I need these volume nodes at the bottom of my chart to see what volume is. Well, you got a tick chart. It'll show you exactly what the volume is. Of course, I can see it in these candles just the same, because you watch how the candle moves or builds. You know, it's the same thing. Bigger candles are more volume. But with that being said, the one thing that you don't see is if we're going sideways on a time chart, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not a bunch of orders, right? So, you know what I mean? To where if you have a tick chart, the candles are going to continue to print because it's 800 transactions, 800 transactions, 800 transactions. So when you look at a time chart, if you've got an even number of longs and shorts over 30 minutes, it could be 10 million transactions, right? Not that this is normal, but it could be 10 million transactions, and yet the candle really didn't go anywhere. Why? Because longs and shorts were basically balanced there, to where on a tick chart, you're still going to see every 800 popping a new candle. Now it may be bearish candle, bullish candle, bearish candle, bullish candle, you know, chop, however you want to look at it, right? But at least you know that the orders are still coming in. So a tick chart will slow down when your transactions go down, right? So basically when your volume dies off, they'll stop printing because of transactions. And if you put your little counter down at the bottom, you can see what transactions are left before candle close too, which helps, right?
Action at the bottom.
Oh yeah, you use Top Step X. Yeah, I mean for me, can you see my? Yeah, right here. See the ticks remaining? Can you see it there where I'm pointing on my? screen. So maybe Top Step X don't offer that. I don't know. Right here.
Where's your oh, ticks remaining.
Yeah,
okay.
ticks remaining.
Yeah,
so that's how my how my 800 tick. But I use NinjaTrader, so I mean I love NinjaTrader. I've never used any of the rest of those. I love it. I can't help it.
Yeah, I have NinjaTrader, so maybe I'll open it up next to it and throw the 800 tick on. Put it on a sim or something. So let me ask you this then: what's more accurate in terms of EMAs? Would it be more accurate on the tick chart or on a time frame chart? Because right now, if I look at the 1000 tick, we're right in the middle of the 3 200 EMAs that I have. I've got one for the high, one for the low, and one for close. So there's 3 kind of stacked on top of each other. But the 30-minute, we're very far away from the 200s.
It's all going to be the same. The reason that you're way far away from the 200 on the 30 minute is because the 30 minute is a bigger time frame. If you go down to the 1 minute, you're going to see that it's going to be much more similar to what your tick chart is.
Yeah. So 1 minute we're below it now. So 1000 tick would be equivalent to like a.
You can't say that, but you can't really say that, unfortunately, because it's got to do with how much volume there is.
Yeah, I understand.
If the volume changes, it won't be the same. So like if your 1000 tick, let's just say it runs close to the 5 minute chart right now. If volume comes in super heavy, that's going to deviate. If volume comes in super slow, that's going to deviate from that. You really can't put it on a time base. I don't know who that is, Mr. Y. They were in the live chat a minute ago. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw him come in live chat too. Yeah, so it looks like 100 tick is a somewhat equivalent to the 1 minute. The 500 tick looks similar to the 5 minute, and then 1000 tick looks similar to.
And they will deviate from that, but you're still going to the EMAs, right? Like we talked about yesterday. All right, Rudy, I'll see you later, man. Appreciate you showing up. Hopefully you can return back. The EMAs work because people trade them. Right, kind of like what we were going over yesterday. So any time frame that they're traded on, you're going to see them work essentially. So and people trade tick charts just the same, and you'll see that there's times that kind of add up to them too. So even if you see a wick that comes through and then a close below, if you're using it as a support resistance thing or whatever, it's still going to basically work because people still trade them, right? 50 EMA people trade, the VWAP people trade, the 200 people trade. So you'll definitely see reactions at those EMAs, yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, 1 minute till market open. Oh, excuse me.
It's gonna be interesting here too, guys.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, have a good one, man. Gold trades at fresh record high on safe haven. Demand approaches. Yeah. I never pay attention to those. Fake news. Yeah. Fair. definitely flip. The stop loss is going to be quite impressive. I bet she moves up, honestly, and never flips, right? There was some news bot, I forgot name. Well, we've got one in the server. Free version is 5 minutes late. Oh. Oh, wow. Alerts all news updates and audio? Well, that's impressive. Huh. All right. That is impressive. I think we're probably going to move up here with no bottom wick on this candle. That's my feeling here. And then maybe get another opportunity to involve the trade back into the bottom wick. It's a bit tough. $58 ticks. So. Yeah. Interesting.
All right, sorry.
Probably break these highs to put the top wick back on the candle that was kind of ugly-ish for the top wick. But again, you can't really take the flip here. And I mean, I almost hope this thing closes and doesn't break its own low, honestly. And then we'll see if there becomes an opportunity. I mean, it could just be a wickless candle. It happens, right? So we'll see as it goes through.
Flip, you mean
What? Lost some points?
so like taking away? Yeah, I was gonna say, when you say taking the flip, do you mean taking the long and when it passes the previous bearish candle, or a short?
No. It'd be a short at the flip of this candle because there's no bottom wick. But you don't. I don't like this setup,
Right.
personally, because the stop loss is going to be far too big, and we've made such a big move down. So it's the same entry as it was taken here,
So
right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the one I caught earlier.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool. So when you say flip, you mean the current candle it's printing on the 30-minute.
Yep. And I mean, if we're on the hour, which we're not because it's 30, but if you were on the hour, it's the same thing. So like, if you were on the hour candle, essentially the hour candle, as you can see here, we'll take this off. Everybody already's been out of this trade. I care less at this point. See, we're looking for a flip up because there's no top wick, which was this 30-minute. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So it should flip up now and put a top wick on this candle. So that's why we're not really looking
Gotcha.
forward to the short flip here, because on your higher time frame, you actually haven't really put much of a wick here. So anticipation is here that it's actually going to push up. It's going to flip here and it's going to push up. Now, can you enter? No, right? Because we have no bottom wick on this candle. So where's your good entry? She could push up a bit here and then come back and break the lows and essentially just be a, bar inside here on the 30, which would make your hour just a bearish doji when we're done, right? She'll come up, put on a top wick, and then close bearish doji. So it's tough to trade this particular candle now. It could close looking something like this, right? And here's essentially how it'll look. It'll be a red candle like this, right? With a top wick on it. And there's no reason to believe that it's not going to close this way, right? I'm not saying that it will. I'm just saying there's no reason to believe, honestly, that it won't either. You can have the argument here that this here had a small bottom wick. So what did we do? I mean, we talked about this in the beginning. You've got the small wick here. We came down, broke down, and now we came up, flipped, and we're going to push up now and make our movement back up. Why? Because this was essentially a wickless candle, right? Which is fair. The only problem is we kind of need a bottom wick here. So even if we do that, you still have to anticipate we kind of got some area down here that kind of needs to be cleaned up, if you will. Does it have to do it? No. Obviously, if it had to do it, we would have no wickless candles, right? So it can just push up here, but I wouldn't be looking for the actual trade up here because we've got no bottom wick here, right? So doesn't mean it won't go up by any means.
So the bottom wick means that it hasn't hit those areas yet, and it's going to go back to at some point.
Exactly. Whenever you're missing a wick, I'm always looking for them wicks to be recovered, and that's exactly why we were looking for this wick right here, because on the daily there was no bottom wick on this candle. So we opened up, you know, and we opened up here on the day, just to put this in perspective, because I want everybody to be able to see these candles without having to jump timelines. I try to show everybody, but all you got to do, right, when you're looking at this candle, and this is another, just a teaching session here, so you ain't got to jump timelines. This candle right here is your 1800 candle, you know, New York time. So this is market open. So you can look at this candle. Where's the bottom wick? There's no bottom wick. And then what did we do? We never broke the low. Pushed up, pushed up, pushed up, pushed up. So on the daily time frame, your open was here. We went all the way up here, and this is your top wick, right? And then when we start pulling down, what is that doing? That's creating more of a top wick, more of a top wick, more of a top wick. Now we're a doji. Once we hit right here, we essentially we're just a big top wick with no body on the candle. We flip to flip bearish, and we put this top wick on here. So now this is your daily candle. Your low on your daily, right? If you want to look at it this way, just draw your candle out. Your low is here. Your high is here, right? And here's the body of your candle. So this is how much body you've got. From here, right? From your open, which was this line here, to your high that you're at right now. That's your candle, and it's green. So essentially, this is what your candle looks like right now. It's a bullish candle, doji, right now. And you should be able to see this all the time. You don't even have to jump timelines anymore. And it's the same thing on your 4 hour or on your hour from your 30-minute or whatever the case may be. So essentially, in the beginning, right, this candle looked like this. That's how it started this morning when we came in. That's why we expected the bottom wick. Yeah, that's why we expected the bottom wick, because we expected that it would come in, push down, turn red, put on a bottom wick. Hopefully that makes sense, but I mean, that's just what you expect. Now, did it have to happen? No, that's why we're still always looking for a proper setup, right? Right here, and entry. This is a perfect setup. We closed below, bottom wick, top wick came in, perfect trade back down. You know, right here, I think is actually where we entered at, breaking the daily level, because the longs came in right here. That's what it was. But either way, same thing. You could have entered here just the same. I don't remember which one we entered on. No, either here or there. Either way, both entries were valid.
Yeah, it was in that area.
Yeah, I think it might have been. Oh yeah, it was this candle. It was this candle because we were waiting for news. So, I mean, what you're looking at here is you got to close below, and you've got, you know, 70-ish tick wick to recover, you know? I mean, we did it on the 800, but on the 30-minute I meant, but either way. So that was your entry right there, that candle. But yeah, on the hour, that's what she looks like. But I mean, it's super easy when, you know, when you kind of anticipate, and I've said it a million times, don't have bias, per se. But when you know you got wickless candles, whether it be past wickless candles that you need to put a wick on, it kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of what you could look for. I always say don't be biased, because if you would have looked at everybody, you know, here today, what is gold? Gold was bullish. There's not a person in the world that would have told you that gold was going to dump today. You know what I mean? That's why we look at things so different. They would say, gold's bullish, we're on an uptrend, we're going up, you know, we're making higher lows, higher highs. Why would we dump down? Right? Because the daily didn't have a bottom wick. So, and nobody pays attention to wicks. I don't know why. I can't tell you that one. I have no clue in my life why people don't pay attention. Price reach middle. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Y.
Yeah, we're above the value area high from the previous day. So if we can break below that and get below the point of control and stay below the point of control from yesterday, I would say downwards. Because it's like up, this is like all-time high area, and we keep rejecting that daily up there. Rejected the daily on a 30-minute back on the 10th, and then we came back up, tried it again on the 13th at 8 o'clock, tried it again on the 14th at 1:30, and the 14th again at 5, and then finally dumped, and then we've been going up since the 14th. We broke through that daily at 29.61, and then we tested the daily above it, which I think was the new all-time high. It made 29.73, and then we rejected that and broke right through both of those dailies, 29.73 and 29.64. And that's also the fib level between that last move. So I drew a fib from the bottom of the candle on February 19th at 1 p.m. all the way up the trend to the daily at 29.73, and the fib pocket, like the 786, we're kind of in that yellow pocket between the 786 and the 66 right now.
Brown, that's not good, man.
Bounced up. Again, wrecked further.
Yeah. Never good.
Trade micros, Crown.
Yeah.
If you lose on a mini, just shift over to micros.
Hate to see anybody getting hurt here.
Ooh.
Funded.
It's all good, man. You gotta make mistakes, I guess. You'll learn from
Yeah.
them.
Yep.
But I mean, like, that's why I try to get Crown on micros, because he's stressing out on those trades, and like he's not taking trades when he should, and he messes with you, right?
Was the fair value gap tapped right now? Yeah, if you're talking about, I mean, yes. If you go to the 30-minute, probably this will be the tap of it. This is the gap, initiation. So, for any of you guys wanting to learn fair value gap, I mean, you can. This is all it is a 3-candle setup, right? Super easy. So, let me put gap here. I'll show you guys what it is. Super simple. Please, I mean, you can trade them if you want. I guess I shouldn't say please don't trade them. I don't want to. I don't want to be that way. So it's three candle setup. So it's this candle wick, and then here's your body, and then this candle wick. So your fair value gap is the space in between these two candle wicks, right? That's your fair value gap. And what you'll see is this is a vector candle. So if you look at it in terms of, you know, SMC, ICT, this is an inefficiency in the chart. If you look at it in terms of the hybrid method or the market maker model, this is a vector candle, which is an inefficiency in the chart. If you look at a TPO chart or order flow, this is an inefficiency because it'll be single prints. So everybody sees this as an inefficiency in the chart that has to be filled. So what fair value gap traders will do is trade off this gap. Essentially what they're looking for is this move down, this move back up, and they short here to come back down, right? That's their entry. And it'll line up, guys, normally with structure. That's why people get so confused. Normally that's going to be structure. Why? Because it takes volume, to push through structure. So when you see vector candles, when you see fair value gaps, when you see these big pushes, that's where you'll see structure being broke and then structure retested. So at the end of the day, looking at market structure, right? Market structure in terms of structure that was created, not market structure in terms of higher high, higher low, lower high, or lower low. That's not what I'm talking about when I say market structure. I'm talking about the structure that the market's making. Your ranges, your levels, your, you know, however you want to look at it, right? That's what I'm talking about when I say structure. I'm not talking about the movement. Everybody's really confused about what market structure is now, because for, you know, SMC, ICT, market structure is here's your low, higher low, higher low, higher low, you know, higher high. That's what they call structure, market structure, things like that. What I'm talking about is the actual structure that the market makes, the levels, whatever you want to say, right? Okay, yep, I understand on the most shallow level, but I guess that's all there is to it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Absolutely. There's absolutely nothing more to it. The problem is all these strategies out there try to make the things seem super complex. I've got my own thought process behind why they try to make it seem so complex. My opinion is if you make it seem complex, then somebody has to pay for your course because, you know, they just can't understand it on their own. But at the end of the day, guys, this is all these things that they do are super, super easy. And I don't care what strategy you're talking about. It's all super easy. I mean, you just look at it, it's all super easy. It's all about the same thing. I've did all this learning of all these strategies so that you guys don't have to, right? I mean, that's why you're here and I can show you, right? The only thing I don't know a ton about is patterns. Like, I know your common M's, W's, things like that. You know, head and shoulders, inverted head and shoulders, stuff like that. But I'm not a big proponent, and I've got the sheets all over the place if anybody wants to learn them, but like your bullish flags and falling wedges and all these different things. I don't know a ton about them, but there's really no difference with any of those either. I mean, your channels are going to be the same. What is a channel? You know, so many people say, oh, well, I don't trade channels, right? I trade trend lines. And I love it when I hear that because what's the difference? Okay, so there's your trend line and here's your channel. You think you're doing something different? Makes no difference. It's all the same thing at the end of the day. But yeah, the actual different wedge patterns and stuff, though, I'm not completely up on. I never delve deep enough into that to really pay a lot of attention to it. So just one of those things. Do I think any of it works? Yes. I think it all works until it doesn't. And I think all of it can work for time. But with that being said, right, like if all these things work so well, you wouldn't see me trading against them all the time, first off. But number two, people would be easily successful and be able to, you know, trade live all the time and prove that they're successful and show these positions before they happen like we do right here on this stream every single day. Mastering a more complex concept would also feed people's ego, which is probably why people stick to them. It's complex, it can't be wrong, they'd say. Yeah. Everything works and everything fails. It's the mind that traps us. Yeah, PD. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. We're only here for the failures, PD. We're only looking for when everything fails, so that we can, so that it works for us. That's bad, but it's true. I'm sure there's all kinds of people that got snow. Who's here? Trying to think of who's in the U.S. Here. I didn't get no snow. Crown's from the U.S. Thank
We
you.
got tons of snow here in Canada. Snowed a good
Yeah.
bit, actually.
Yeah, I figured you got snow. We got a couple Canadians here, and I know they get snow like almost all year. You guys get way too much snow.
Yeah, this winter is actually the first winter where we've actually gotten a decent snowfall. I feel like our past few winters have been very mild and rainy, so this one is actually like this year it's actually very cold and we have a ton of snow. I can send some pictures later.
Huh.
That there's like hills on the sidewalk.
Wow. The only snow in Florida is cocaine. PD.
Yeah, you guys have cocaine cowboys down there.
Yeah, right? Oh my jeez. One of my life goals is to experience a winter at least once. Nishin, I mean, I gotta tell you, Lost and Voids is right. The best winters are probably in Canada. Honestly. They've got for real. I'm good now. Crown,
Unless
you took
head
a win.
over to like the Alps.
Yeah. That's true. Well, Ireland. Where's Paul at? I bet he gets a lot of snow. Right? Ireland, it gets snow. Yep, on NQ.
I think rain is just default there, isn't it?
Right, I'm just back at the machine. What was that?
Speak of the devil. No, we were talking. Do you get snow there? Or do you not get snow there?
Yeah, we get snow, but not very often. But when it comes, it really does come. But we're more sort of wind and rain.
Initian says
Yeah.
the tropical air is
Yeah, very
overrated.
wet.
Where are you, Initian? We're not quite tropical here. Yeah, we're not quite tropical here. They call us like subtropical or something, but I don't know. Here in Florida.
I'll swap you in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't want to be where you are. Very nice. Very nice, Crown. Very nice. Indonesia. And I know nothing about Indonesia. Oh, Bali. Okay, I've heard of... I know Bali. Alright, fair. I just didn't know what kind... I mean, I've heard of Indonesia, don't get me wrong. I just didn't know what kind of weather they got. But Bali, I know, is... Paul voice reminds me of Braveheart. Loved the movie. No offense, Paul. PD says you reminded me of Braveheart.
That's okay. I'm Irish, not Scottish.
Yeah, so you insulted him even more.
Oh, jeez.
Us and the Scottish share a lot of ancestry. We're all Celts, so I can understand why he would think that. At least he doesn't call me English.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a slap in the face.
Mm. Swinging for
I'll
the
look into the
fence.
history
Oh,
of
my
like
jeez.
Ireland and Scotland, what the feud is all about.
There's a feud? Is there a feud, Paul?
No, like in history, like historically
Oh,
between
yeah.
Scotland and Ireland, why they like have
What
always
was that,
been
sorry?
fighting each other.
The Irish and the Scottish? No, it was always the English that everybody fought against. Scots fought against the
Yeah.
English. The Irish fought against the English as well.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back, guys.
Alright, see you in a minute, man. I live in a slight island, so I guess I'm far from trees is one of the reasons I live here. Huh. Well, that works. I'm trying to think, there was somebody else that lived in a... I think it was... Morning Star? He lives somewhere like that. I don't know exactly where, but he lives in one of the tropical place. It might be Bali. I don't remember. Another guy on the server, Initian. He lives somewhere. Some tropical place like that. Because he sent pictures one time. Yeah, humidity's crazy. See, that's what everybody in the US complains about with Florida. I don't mind the humidity, but it's just me. A lot of people hate it. So, I don't know. That's what they claim.
Admittedly, I got in way too early or late for the move that you had on gold, and I got wrecked on.
Yeah.
And I was like, of course, I had to be the clown that takes the bottom.
No,
I tried again. Yeah, I was like, come on, does it have a little bit more to go? A little bit? No, of course not. So it wrecked me, and then backtracked, and I was like, all right. I ran over to NQ, and she just gave me an 1120 on it and completely repaired everything. So I was like, oh, thank you, NQ.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. That works.
A win is a win, and I'll take it. He started to do that dump, and she did the quick retrace and started to fall back, and I was like, all right, here we go. Ride. Keep going. Repaired. So now I'm like, do I just bother, or do I just shut down for the day? Go take a breather and then come back later, right?
Yeah. Probably take a breather and see what you're feeling like, and then decide from there. That's what I would suggest. Make sure you get yourself level-headed before making that decision, probably, because imagine you were a little on the downside getting into this, and now you're got a little hopium, and it's probably time to level out a bit.
There's no hopium. It's more like run away. You are balanced. Leave.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Walk away. You're a clown. You're gonna do something dumb. Just walk away right now. Come back when you're a little more level-headed, and yes,
Yep.
It's not hopium. It's more like a complete sigh of relief. I can go clean my shorts, kind of thing. Yeah. That sort of thing. That first one, it's because of these minis, man. As soon as it backtracks, it's a wrap.
Let's see. He said this morning. Here's this indicator, guys. I don't see anything on this thing. He said to go down to the 1 minute. Let me ask him real quick. I don't want to do it wrong. See what he says. He said to go down to the 1 minute after it triggers on the 30. I don't see really nothing on the 1 minute. I don't know. I think I'm going to wait and see what he actually says before I tell you guys that it is or isn't an entry.
But of course, it shows up like you should have just stayed in NQ.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, right?
considering how much I just left and didn't wait for, there was another 500 ticks down that I left on the table. Awesome morning. Awesome. The dump on NQ is serious, and I know ES is riding that wave as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can get that thing under control where I can take it off the levels, because if I show you what my chart looks like, you're going to see that it lines up.
Yeah.
It's just that candle flip trick that you do, it's so hard for me to jump in on the flip, because anytime I do that, it backtracks quite a little bit for me, and I'm like, shit, did I do it wrong? And then it runs without me, and I'm like, fuck, no.
Okay, just wrote me back. He said that there has to be a sell signal now on the 1 out or on the 1 minute. So let's see if we get a signal here. I don't know. Wonder if I can put an alert for the 1 minute too. Probably. Alert. I don't know why it's not on here. But 1 minute. And hopefully I won't miss it that way. But we'll see. I'm not good at paying attention to freaking indicators, guys. I will be honest with you. I told him that I would, you know, run it, and hopefully if it does well, if it does well here for the next little while, if we see that it's actually doing well, I'll go ahead and purchase an eval and run it on an eval. And if it can pass an eval, then I'm all for saying, hey, it's decent. If not, then...
You do that on stream, or?
Yeah, I'll do it all on stream, yes. We did it before. The problem is the indicators never... I don't want to say bad things, but the indicator hasn't ever got it done thus far.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's got some winning trades.
It sucks for the indicator, but it's good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's got...
It just proves your point, so I like that.
It's got good days and bad days is normally how it seems to work. And I mean, you'll see a few good trades here and there, and then it just won't end up coming through. So that's what we've had thus far. He's changed it a lot. And he's confident that this final, you know, one is good. So we'll see. I'll give it a run, and we'll see. I mean, if it works, great. If not, then you know, it doesn't. There's not a lot more to it than that. So yeah, I do it all on stream. I'll grab a we'll grab a eval if we find that it's decent. I just don't want to go an eval for no reason. Okay, said the price should touch the trend line on the 30-minute. Then he'll wait for the sell signal on the 1 minute. I gotta come back to this first, I guess. Or no. So we'll watch it. We'll see how it does. I believe it'll go up there and touch that. I'm not gonna lie. Are we going down after that? That'll be all in how this plays. Run away him. That's what NQ wants you to think. Yeah. NQ is... I don't know. It is a whole different animal, guys.
I'm out of the trade. I'm like, I scored my win. I'm balanced. I'm gonna go take a breather and relax. I don't mind watching the charts and hanging, but I'm not taking another trade until I can feel my heart slow down again.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to tell people, they'd say like, well, I get really nervous when I'm in trades. When should I close them? Because they drive me crazy. And I'm like, well, just get yourself a heart monitor. As soon as your heart rate gets too high, just close the trade. Don't risk it anymore. You're like, but I'll always close all the trades.
No, as soon as I saw profit hit, I was like, good, done, walk away. And I literally walked out, took a few steps, said, all right, breathe, calm down. Your account's balanced. You're no longer in drawdown. All right, now you can come back and chill out. And that's what I did. But I'm not gonna lie, I can't help myself with NQ, so I'm probably still gonna mess with her later if I get a chance. I'm here with you guys looking for gold all afternoon. So
yeah.
if there's a play on gold, I'll take it. Hopefully in time. I was so mad for that play. Oh my god, I was so mad that I missed that. After you said the level, I drew the damn line out from that wick.
Yeah.
And it does the same thing I see all the time. It just goes just above that, and then it just drops. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I was like, that could have been a nice 2-contract play today.
It's good, though, because you're seeing it.
234.
That's huge. That's what you got to think, you know, the takeaway is the more you're seeing it, the easier it's going to be in the future. And, you know, that's how you have to look at it. I know it's tough because it sucks when losses come in, but at the same time, if you gain something out of it, then you take that negative and turn it into a positive and say, hey, you know, next time I'm going to get this. It's going to be easy, you know?
Right here, if I'm looking at it, the candle that had what? The 3 o'clock candle, the 3 a.m. and the 7 a.m. That's pretty much right along the lines of just wicking up and then flipping.
Mm-hmm.
And that was right when you were talking, you said you had mentioned that to the guy after he was talking about the indicator.
Yep.
And I'm like, it did exactly what he said. It wicked up and flush.
Yep. And
even that would have been enough for me to say I'm done for the day.
Yep. Well, I told him this morning, it was funny. He trades spot, so I talked in pips instead of ticks, but essentially it's the same thing, right? And I told him this morning, he said, he says, well, I'm looking for it to come back in and hit for a buy signal on the indicator. And I told him, I said, well, I'm expecting, you know, about a 200 pip dump today. And I think I was talking to him at probably, I don't know, 6:30-ish this morning. And I think he thought I was out of my mind. And then I came in and Paul came in and was talking. I was like, so I said, dump incoming. And that was like at 7:07 this morning. And then she dumped from there on.
That dump was glorious from that first initial 7 a.m. sell-off. If you were lucky enough to get in and hold, that was 275 ticks down.
Yep.
On a 2-contract day, that's over $5,000. I was done for the week. I would have just showed up here and be talking shit tomorrow.
Tomorrow should be, hopefully, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I love Fridays. Tomorrow hopefully is going to be a nice day to move again. I would love to see us get a opportunity to make it back to weekly open again. That would be nice.
If you can jump on before that normal time you do like you did this morning and hit us with a little pre-warm-up thing, because as soon as you said that candle you were looking for and I drew that line, it just came up, wicked through it, and then flushed. And I was like, no. And I was like, it's too late to enter. It's too late to enter. Where's the entry? Damn it. No, don't chase. No FOMO. Where did I FOMO? Right at the goddamn bottom. I was like, you fuck.
Yeah, I could try to I could try to open early. Yeah, we'll see, guys. I get wore out trying to keep open the whole time. I get a little tired, not gonna lie, but try. It's I know it doesn't seem like it, but for me, it's a little mentally draining doing this stuff, and I know it shouldn't seem that way. I'm just not, at the end of the day, I'm really not a streamer. I'm not a, a content creator or whatever they say. I'm just a trader. I'm just trying to help you guys out. I'm not super good at this stuff. I wish I was better at it, because sometimes I feel like if I was better at it, maybe I could get the points across better. Maybe I'd be better at, this whole thing, and it'd help you guys learn better. But I don't know. I'm just not great at the whole content creation and putting out videos and doing all that stuff. It's just not my forte. I wish it was. Just not how you read messages and stream and notice all things around and trade. Yeah. That's the problem, Mr. White. Yes. And that is the issue. And people have asked, and I haven't said a word while trading, and I'm always going to be drained after a few hours. No worries. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people ask me, well, and Paul's seen it firsthand, and I've almost just given up. And not trying, I don't want anybody to feel bad when I say this, right? But I've almost given up on actually taking trades myself. And a lot of people say, well, why aren't you trading? When's the last trade you've taken on stream? Or why aren't you trading on stream? And if anybody noticed, when the news hit, I expected it to move, so I had my NinjaTrader pulled up. However, that's not when the entry happened. And when I was going over the entry, I was talking back and forth with Rudy. Sorry, I didn't remember his name, so I had to scroll up in my chat. I was talking back and forth with Rudy and trying to show him all this stuff, and called the entry at the same time. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. There's no way I could have popped this over, got over here, right-clicked, dropped my contracts, and got involved in that position. And Paul saw the last one that I tried to take on stream, and I even told Paul then, I tried to get in a trade that I called out on stream. I called it, tried to mark it up for you guys, because when I do all this stuff, I try to mark it out for you guys. That's really what I'm here for, right? And by the time I do all that, then swapping a NinjaTrader and entering myself, most of the times when I'm taking a trade, it's already going to be gone. I expect it to move. That's the whole reason that I'm trading in that area, right? So for me to get onto NinjaTrader and actually put the trade in myself too is dang near impossible. And I told Paul the day that I tried to do it and I missed it, the entry, it went bing, bing. Sorry, your order couldn't be placed because it already passed my entry point and yada, yada, yada. I told him, I said, I think I'm just going to concentrate while I'm on the stream with getting you guys the trades, you guys being able to see it, you guys being able to see the trade setups, because that's really what I'm here for. I can do all my trading, around that without it being that big of a deal. And I talk about the trades that I take. If I take off stream, which I take a lot of my trades off stream now, I call them in the server and everything else, so you guys still get to see it. But lots of times it's super hard for me to actually place a trade while doing everything else that I'm doing. And it used to be that all I did was take my trades, and it was one of those things of I would do this number, not put out P&L on here. So essentially I'd do this number and I'd just open my trade, and you'd have to figure it out off of that. And people started getting upset. I actually had new people coming to the stream saying, hey, can't you draw out? I mean, I don't know what they call these things, but I think they call it P&L, whatever. Can't you put this box on there? Can't you figure out a way just to put this box on here when you enter, because we don't know where you're entering at? So that takes a lot of time to drop that on there when this candle's about to move, and I'm saying, okay, here's the top wick, the shorts are being taken out, we're looking for the flip, you're putting the box on there. By the time I go to NinjaTrader to actually execute this trade, the price is already gone. I can't get an entry anymore. It's done with, because I've made sure that you guys can see what it is that I'm doing. So that's why I don't execute a lot of trades on stream these days. It used to be that it wasn't nothing like that. What I do is I would see this level right here. I'd see that I'm going to short at 29.61.3, and I would roll that down. I'd go to 29.63, and I'd drop my pin, and that was it. It'd get triggered, and it'd run, and then people would say, "Oh, you're in a trade, but I don't understand why you took the trade. Where's the stop loss? Where's the take profit?" Well, you know, that's hard.
Like, I'm dragging and going.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's hard, and they're like, "Oh, well, I missed it."
In reality, would it help if I was like reading the questions or something and had you focusing on the charts? Like, what would help you with that?
I mean, yes and no. The problem is I do a lot of, as you guys know, explaining on these charts and really paying attention or trying to get people to understand. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not super concerned with it, not gonna lie. I've tried to get the, you know what would help? Can you just trade an account for me? No. The wife takes a lot of these trades, so I've got it. Yeah. I'm fortunate in that aspect. Unfortunately, this morning I don't believe she caught that trade. A lot of times she doesn't catch them at the same time because she's off making coffee, or she's doing this, or she's doing that, and therefore she doesn't catch them. She hadn't told me if she caught this one yet or not. I haven't had time to speak to her, but I'm going to assume she didn't. But a lot of times she'll catch them, so that's really helped. She's running the Leeloo accounts now, so, and whenever I mark anything up and she does catch it, she enters them, so, which is beautiful. You know, it makes it that's the ideal situation, is she could catch all of them. But I'll be honest with you, she doesn't want to sit here and watch the dang streams all day long and all that stuff. She's not, she's got a way that she trades just the same, and like a lot of you, she loves the action of in queue. The receptionist takes most of the calls reality takes. Yes, and she does, Paul. She does. But she loves in queue, so a lot of times she is on in queue. You guys love the I mean, you know why you love in queue. It's because she's always moving, so it's action. I mean, I get it, but she does too, so that's
my thing for NQ is there's always something happening, so there's a chance to recover. So while I'm learning on the gold situation, I'm also still trying to figure out NQ. But if I can put a leash on her for this year, then I have gold, ES, and NQ all under my belt to play with, then I'm like, yeah, there's not a day I shouldn't be making money.
Yep, exactly. Did you guys watch NQ yesterday? I talked about it a little bit in the live chat. I think Paul was in here. I don't know if anybody else was, but it actually didn't make that much of a move. 350. We got a big pump candle. And then at 355, she just kind of stalled. So I told Paul, I said, it's going to be 4 o'clock. And as soon as 4 o'clock hit, she got a big dump down. If anybody paid attention yesterday. So it did work. The algos played out just like they do. If you watch between, and I mean, maybe get on the chart at like 348, right? But if you watch in between 350 and 4 o'clock, that gap right there, you're going to get big moves on NQ. And I actually put a order to short on NQ right at like 358 because I thought she was going to go down. I was like, are you dumb? What are you doing? I canceled the order, and there she went. I don't like trading that way, guys. It's just not in my nature. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Why are you even thinking about doing this? NQ almost got me. Right. Yeah, I know, but that is not how I trade.
It's like I may have defied my rules on NQ, but man, I know I was going to be right about it.
So I actually did not take an entry, did not trade it, but it did work out perfectly. Very nice. And that you'll see that if you watch NQ and just kind of pay attention to it between that 10-12 minute gap every day. And you'll notice there'll be big moves every day. And then if you got pay attention to earnings, sometimes they have earnings after close. So after the bell, right? After the 4 o'clock close, you get like Apple earnings or something like that. And when those come in, you'll get huge fluctuations in NQ as well. Now, those that trade Top Step, I don't believe you can trade it because I think they close at 415. But if you have other companies, they allow you to keep open. 410. Okay, yeah, I knew it was something like that.
Yeah.
If you're with Apex, Apex allows you to stay open until 5. So does Leeloo. I don't know how many other companies do. You'll just have to check, guys.
Yeah, I got to start looking into that other thing you were talking about with the static drawdown. That seems amazing.
Yeah, there's a ton of companies out there that have that. If you want me to.
Yes, hello. Hello, may I speak to Marcos Polidoro?
Yeah,
please.
Hey,
Boyd,
Boss of Void, your mic's open.
muted.
Hello, my name is Charles. I'm calling from
I'm going to mute him, guys. Sorry. Server mute. All right. I don't want any of his info to be leaked, guys. So, he'll let me know when he's back, hopefully. Anyway, dang, what was I saying? Oh, I can have the wife
Static drawdown.
Yeah, I can have the wife get some companies together for you if you want, Crown. Just ping you in the server and drop the different ones that they have or something if you want. It's up to you.
If it's possible, just DM me, because normally when it gets pinged, I'm usually like out. Because
okay, yeah, I could do that.
After what happened in New York, I'm doing a lot of trying to get my mental health back.
Yeah.
This is the only place, even though I'm stressing, I'm not experiencing the crazy anxiety or anything weird. So,
well, that's absolutely amazing.
I prefer to be on
I love to hear that. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. But yeah, I'll have her get a list together.
Just being on here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I enjoy having you, man. I love the interaction. I love people showing up. You know, I gotta be here, you know, and I want to be here, but at the same time, I want people to interact, or else it gets super freaking boring for me to be here. So I appreciate all of you that come in, interact, and you know what I'm saying. So I love it.
Yeah. Honestly, I would probably like to interact during the stream and stuff, but it's like I still don't have a mastery on what you do, so I'm not going to go and start interrupting during the stream other than just throwing it in the chat and seeing what happens when you get around to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that early AM today, when you call that out and I went looking for it, I swear when I saw that play out, I was just like, oh, come on. That hurt so bad when I saw that play out so easy. I was like, come on, that play was beautiful. Yeah.
What about that 3-hour play last night as well?
That we have to go over later, Paul. I'm really hoping you can dive deep into that there, because I'm like, I really want to understand completely how that worked and how it played out, because if it had anything to do with this massive dump today and it was foreshadowing it, that would have been great to know.
I wasn't expecting the dump until obviously I came in today, and as reality says, the first words he typed out was dump. I was like, yeah, that's what it's looking like. But for that climb out of there, I was expecting it to reach all-time highs from yesterday. Remember, we were sitting waiting for that push.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I came down to the bedroom, down to the office, and I seen a 5-tick stop loss, and I took the trade, but then it stalled for nearly a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and then it got up to $50, and I instantly closed it because I wanted to go to bed. But I paid out another 200 ticks after that. But again, like, we're only doing the investigation so far, but again, last night was definitely a prime example.
Last night I was looking at it to go up, and I was expecting it to do the whole test on initial bounce, but I didn't jump in myself. Otherwise, I would have loved to have just jumped in and moved it into profit and then went to sleep. Could have woke up with at least like 1900. And then with reality's play, if I had taken it, today would have been amazing.
Yeah, I know the feeling, man.
Yeah, like you see this stuff happening and you're like, come on, that's my month. That's my month.
We will catch them eventually.
I'm hoping I don't need them all the time, but it would just.
Oh yeah, I need them all the time.
He's like, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh,
I
you-
need this now.
Are you back, Lost and Voids? Yeah, you're fine. I muted you almost immediately. Are you back, though? I'll unmute you real quick. Are you back or no? Tell me, yeah, Lost and Voids. Say something.
You can't talk yet. You gotta type it.
Yeah, maybe it takes too long. I don't want to unmute you. Well, he probably already knows. I'm going to unmute you. You probably muted yourself. There you go. You're unmuted. You good, Lost and Voids? Hello? Oh, man. Now I'm concerned.
Well, if you unmuted him, then maybe he just muted himself. He'll probably come back.
Yeah, he didn't mute, though.
Yeah, you
Right.
unmuted him, then.
You're back, Lost and Voids.
You're back.
Hey, yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
I
No,
thought I
you're
muted.
fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. What I do is I server mute anybody that I find out, you know what I mean? Once they start talking and I know they don't know their mic's still open, I server mute immediately as soon as I figure it out because I don't want anything being, aired at all of anybody's, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, so I server mute
That's okay.
immediately.
You
And
guys have my social insurance number and stuff now, so.
no, it muted long before then, I guarantee you. I heard a phone call come in.
If a mortgage gets taken out under my name, I know it's one of you guys.
No, I heard a phone call come in. I knew you were on the phone, and I said, Lost and Voids, are you there? And you didn't say nothing back, and I was like, okay, I'm going to server mute him right now. So we didn't actually hear anything. It just knew that you were on a phone call. That's it.
Yeah, I hit the mute on my keyboard to mute the speakers, and I totally forgot that my mic was open. So
Yeah.
all good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
If anybody buys anything in Georgia, that's not me.
Evan, aren't you in Florida? So why would it come from Georgia?
Just so you wouldn't think it was me. I mean, shit. Nah, you got muted in time. You're good.
Yeah, there was no information given at all. I mean, I try to stay on top of that stuff, Lots of Boys, just because, people do leave their mics open by accident, and I just, Landon actually was on here, and this is where it all started. And I don't know if he was even in this server. I'm not sure if we were in this server or if this one was created yet, and maybe we were in the old server that we were part of. But his granddad came in and started talking to him in the room, and you heard somebody come in, and you heard him start talking, and I was like, Landon, your mic's open, man. Are you still there? And he's like, he didn't say nothing. I was like, okay, I'm muting you now. And he was like, thank you. I didn't even know it was still open. And ever since then, that's just what I do. As soon as I hear somebody start talking and it doesn't sound like they're at the mic, I'll just mute it. So if you are server muted, just text me and say, hey, I'm back or whatever, because I server mute as quickly as possible. Just in case. Nobody needs to know anybody's info. Nobody needs their mic open for any reasons. I don't want that for no one. So.
I don't think you guys will want to hear some of the phone conversations I have anyways.
That's even worse. Oh my jeez.
I'd just be worried about what's playing in the background.
Oh, see, so that moved. Oh man, see that repainted. I don't know, guys. That was the problem that we had with one of the indicators that he had. It repainted. I don't know if anybody paid attention, but the bearish move came in here the first time. It was right here. Then he says you're supposed to wait for the tap, right? Well, once it tapped, it gave another bullish, or another bearish, I'm sorry. So essentially this is repainted now. I hate indicators that repaint, because repainting indicators mean that when you go back and you look at it in the past, it looks like they've played out so well. But in reality, they didn't because it gave the signal long before. But anyway, we're going to go with what he said. It hit it. So this is supposed to be now, where you go down to the 1 minute, and now we look for a sell signal. So if it gets a sell signal here, we're going to draw this one up. We're not going to take it on anything, right? But we'll draw it up and we'll see how it plays out. It's supposed to be 150 pip, as he likes to call it, which is ticks for us. 150 tick take profit and a 100 tick stop loss. So make sure that you guys are aware that if we do take any of these trades, and I would not suggest it currently, but if you do take any of these trades, that it is based on a 100 tick stop loss. So plan accordingly. Big stop, guys.
100 ticks. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like
So-
we're building. It looks like we're trying to build support on the previous day value area high, and it's struggling because it's in between the 200s and that value area high. So my consensus is that if we break that value area high and we follow this 100 tick trend downwards, because it keeps breaking the 100 tick trend lines up, so we're stuck in this pocket right now.
Yeah.
Volume. So that's either going to break through this downtrend on the 100 tick, and then it'll create a new uptrend, which we can follow, or it'll break this 100 tick trend and continue into this pocket and break down below the point of control, and then potentially bounce off this and then retest the value area high and stay below it. So we could be getting into a lower time frame here, and we are in this kind of downward channel too, which is sort of respect. That's the 100 tick, but if you go to the 1 minute, it's actually battling the center trend line in that channel right now, which is where the intersection of the previous day value area high is and that 100 tick trend. So you can see here that we actually broke this upward trend, but then it went right straight back to the middle of the channel. So this trend technically is broken here. And on the 100 tick, we've created a new one. So this is the new trend for the 100 tick. That price tends to respect, and on the 100 tick it usually does, right? Because it's just filling the orders. So as long as it plays along these trend lines, you'll see that it'll start to either bounce off this and then bounce off the bottom one and sort of consolidate here, and then where the intersection happens is usually where a move happens. And we did this yesterday with Crown, and it was pretty amazing that I was taking some trades, and I was literally calling the drops and they would happen. But then we got a straight shot up. It was kind of a risky area. I was sort of in the same area where I am right now, which is these 200s. So you can see on the 100 tick, the 200s lining up with the previous day value area high. So this is the most popular area on where price is right now. So it's definitely consolidating here, and there's going to be a move. Now, whether it's to the downside or the upside, that's as good as anybody's guess. I feel like reality probably has a better understanding of that than I do, but right now we could build support here, which it looks like we're going to on the 15 minute. If we go to the 30, yeah, see the 30, we're below the trend line in the channel, and we actually broke out of the channel here based on what I drew it on. We'll probably tap up along this line here. So if we go to the 30 minute, there's a 30 minute trend line here. This guy right.
And this unit, ticks and pips are the same.
We can now kind of follow this and just see what price does.
Yeah. Pips and ticks are the same. If you go to spot and you measure out, just measure out the last candle. Pips and ticks are exactly the same on gold and GC. The only problem is a lot of people don't figure pips correctly, and that's why we have all these people who said they just made 10,000 pips. But yeah, I don't have any. If you measure the last bar, you'll see that bar right there. Yeah, and it's 36 pips too.
What's 36 on?
it'll be
36 ticks.
yeah, that's 36 pips and 36 ticks. I mean, I actually got 41, but yeah, that's what that is because they figure them in tens. So that's actually 36 pips on spot. I don't completely understand it, but we had this big conversation. Man poor. Unfortunately, he's not here currently, but he gave a good explanation of how it works in between them. And those are supposed to be figured in tenths. So that's actually 36 pips, if you will. But yeah, that's the stop loss. We ran it before. It had 100 tick stop loss the same. It's a huge stop loss. So if you guys are wanting to follow along with it, obviously it's micros from much, right? Yeah, if I think about it, I get extra confused. That's why I never really question it. Yeah, it should be about the same. So 100 ticks on gold is 100 pips on spot, which is a $10 move on futures. Now, the prices are different on spot, so I don't know exactly. You can do that, Mr. Y. Like I said, Manpour explained it really well, but I don't understand it that much. Thias the Great. Hey, man. How's it going? Yeah. Yeah, super late. We already had a banger of a trade earlier. Sadly. Wow. Yeah, for sure. There'll always be another one. Yeah, I'm great. Absolutely great. Speaking of that, today, it's Thursday. Landon hosts the education stream. We're going to be doing it at 1 rather than 1:30. I don't want anybody to miss it for those that want to attend. So we will be live on all the socials again and live in the live education VC just below the live trading VC this afternoon at 1. So just after lunch, guys. But it will be 1 instead of 1:30 today. His new job, he said he has to start like a half an hour early. So I think from now on it'll be Friday at 1 rather than 1:30. Thursday, sorry. Every Thursday. What gets taught there? He just does a Q&A with, today it's going to be specific strategies for specific trades. Thias the Great. So, it's normally a little half an hour, 45-minute lecture with a Q&A. He hosts it and I'm there supporting and all that good stuff because it's part of LTW, so. We will be live. We will be live on YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, and also in the Discord server for anybody who wants to.
I'll be there. I have issues with my trading because I keep it simple. One stop loss size, One take profit size.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, see, there you go. For anybody watching my channel, you can see the trend line broke here now. So we can delete this trend line. We're still in this upward 100 tick trend. And then we've created a new trend off these wicks to the upside. Now,
Quick question, Void.
Yeah.
Earlier, was that micros or did you actually try minis today?
The profit that I took?
Yeah.
No, that was micros. I bought into the position on the 200s.
How many contracts did you buy in?
Full port. I started with 2 and I let it run, and then when I saw it go into profit by a couple ticks and it was making its run, I just went full port.
Wow.
Yeah. My stop loss was in profit when I did it, so I would have paid the fees for sure. It would have probably put me in the red just based on the fees alone, but
No, not bad.
As soon as the trailing stop loss went into profit on the 2 contracts that I had, which was like, I think it was like 30 or 40 bucks, I just went over to the entries, full ported, and was like, I'm already in profit, so it doesn't really matter. And then updated the trailing stop, and it just dumped at that time.
Nice. So you got in just the right time.
Well, yeah, the only reason I took it was because Reality was doing the analysis of it, and then I started to kind of pick up on what he was saying and understanding it. And I just said, you know what, that actually makes sense. So I took the trade and it started working out, and yeah. So yeah, okay.
Awesome.
So this, we broke a 30-minute downward trend. So now this is going up.
And that is very great. Awesome, Voids. I'm super happy that you can see it now. That super great that when I talk about it, you're starting to catch on. That's the whole point of me being here every day, guys. Hoping you guys can start seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still very much confused, but yeah, it made sense when you were walking through it. There's that trend, literally right on the trend, the channel that we had. I think gold's gonna play around in this downward channel for a little bit, probably go sideways. And then, I don't know, maybe pop back down. Reality, you think it's gonna come back down towards like 29.45 area?
I'm not exactly sure what it's going to do throughout the day. It depends on if we get any more volume. If we don't, she'll just stay sideways right here on this level.
Yeah.
So essentially, if you pull this over,
Well, the 930 open doesn't have that downward wick, so that would be an area that it would probably retrace to at some point, right?
yeah, could be.
So you'd be looking for a long there.
Which candle are you talking about? I don't.
The 9:30 a.m. 30-minute candle. So the open candle.
The wick also on to the right.
Oh, you're talking about the yeah. We expect the bottom wick to be put on there.
Yeah.
Yep. And on that, you know what we're hoping for tomorrow is to get back to weekly open. Will it happen? I mean, we've noticed it most weeks it does, so that'll play right into that. You know, to that plan as well. Essentially, if you pull your levels, and Paul keeps track of all these, so if anybody needs any of the levels, ask him. He's got them all. Yep. But if you pull your level over here, you'll see that here's where we're at. So what do we expect until, you know, something gets in the market? Essentially, longs get in the market. Here's what we expect. We expect we're going to see some stuff like this. And you may see a pop like this and a pop like this. You know what I'm saying? But what are we looking for? We're looking for price to move down a bit, you know, maybe something like this, and then for longs to super get aggressive so that we can wait for the top wick, the flip, and trade that back down to put a wick on this candle. Essentially what your next play would be if we're going down. Again, I try not to have any bias where we're going either way. Today I had bias because that daily needed to flip. We need a bottom wick on the daily. So I expected it to go down. I mean, you just expect that. But that's essentially what you're looking for, is to put a top wick or a bottom wick on this candle. So if we can get into an area where longs start coming in, just like we did here, longs in, longs in. I mean, longs are in currently. Longs came in here. That's why, you know what I mean? They bought this up. So now we need another opportunity for them to get involved so that we get an actual setup and entry to get involved in. But there's a lot of longs involved here. You know, they expected this area to hold here. And this is, to them, you know, here's what they're looking at here. People can call it however they want. But
on that wick at the 9:30 open,
yeah,
the one that has no wick, that candle. So we're waiting for price to come back down, close that open, and just wick all the way down, capture all that volume underneath that candle. So you're looking for a short there?
Yeah, I would be looking for a short once longs get involved. So essentially, if you get a candle that plays down like this, this will be a nice candle in this area. Let's just say it even plays down just like this. It's going to be a red candle, right? So say we get something like this. Get in here, you know, even a little further up wouldn't even be bad, because this is just going to be your flip on your daily. Still yet, it's just going to be your daily going partially red and then coming back up. Then you'll see the green candle come in right here. It'll come in like this. Again, this will be green because it's a bullish candle. And then once it puts that top wick on, what are you looking for next? Well, everybody already knows. We're looking to looking to flip, go bearish, and put a wick on this candle here, right? So we'll recover this wick, TP1, expect a wick to be put on there. Definitely start managing at the 0.5 of this previous wick. And then what are we going to see? Well, longs will come in heavy again right here. Why? They came in already. They're expecting this still to hold. What's your next longs? Well, your next longs are the guys that want to do longs from the 0.5 of this order block that got missed last time. Couldn't get in here. So you'll see longs come in again. Then you'll see this tap right here, right? And when you see that, it's all in how this candle reacts. Whoops. Trying to grab the wick there, not that.
So that would be your first take profit on the top of that OB demand.
Yeah, I mean, I'd take profit the recovery of the wick of this candle to be safe, and then start pulling as you get here. So you'll be pulling into profit, and you should see a reaction in these areas. The candle should do something like this. It should push down, do this reaction up. I mean, we watched it all morning. Go back to the live stream, watch how that candle built the whole time, and you'll see it come in for longs coming in. And what that looks like on the 5-minute, this is what everybody, as you're looking at these candles on the 30-minute or the hour, people don't realize that this is what it's looking like. So it did a number like this, did a number like this, and here's that higher low they're talking about, and then a break of structure. That's exactly what that candle's doing on this time frame. So you came up, you broke structure, so now they're thinking, oh, we're good. You retest structure, we're going up. And as soon as they get involved, then that's when you see that pop that pops you back down. It'll continue to run to the downside, right? So you just got to be thinking about how it looks on the lower time frames, because I got to be honest with you guys, and I know tons of people love going to lower time frames, and I'm not trying to discourage you of doing that, but what I will tell you is most traders trade on the 5-minute, right? So think about what it looks like to them. Think about what they're seeing there. And on the 5-minute, when they see a number like this, break of structure, that's what SMC ICT, concepts calls it. You call it a double bottom on, the hybrid system or pattern traders, but they call this right here should break a structure. So now you've broken structure, and they're looking for a retest of that break in order to long back out of it. And that's exactly what we're looking to fade when we're coming down like that. They're trying to catch that knife. That gives them their entry, and bang, here we are. Now, next pattern that plays on the 5-minute is this one right here, which they love this too. There's your now higher low, you know, and you can throw your trend line like this. And on an oscillator, it's going to look something like this. I mean, we talk about it all the time. On the oscillator, it'll look like this. And what does that show? That shows bullish divergence. So they expect at that time that price is going to go up, and then it'll come back down. Same kind of thing. Retest it for their entry, and we'll come back up. The highs will break just a bit for the breakout traders that want to break out on the 5-minute, and then bang, she shoots right back down and grabs all them stops. And it does it over and over and over and over again. We just need them to get involved. And that's why it's not just about, you know, where the next candle is going to form. It's more about what the candle's doing. You want to see those longs get involved. You want to see a reason that they're getting involved. And I think that's the hardest part, but it'll be so easy once you get it. Like, it's the hardest part to wrap your head around if you don't quite understand how this candle's building. And I always say things like candle building, but if you go back in the live stream and truly look at how this candle came down and saw how it came all the way down, made the wick, and then it'd come up a little bit, and then it'd hold, come down, hold, come down, and you'll sit here and you'll watch this candle. All it's doing is inducing the longs to get involved. It's got this pause that it induces the longs to get involved. And this is where everybody that trades, you know, overextension or, you know, fibs or, you know, break of structures for the patterns, for the double bottoms, for all these things, all these guys are looking at this, and they're looking at this momentum change. Oh, money flow's turned up now. Oh, it's showing bullish divergence on the oscillator. All these things are exactly on purpose. They want you to believe that this is the perfect time to catch that falling knife, and then they push through all the stops. And I mean, you see it time and time and time again as these moves happen. And people say, "Well, I've been told before, well, you're a momentum trader." No, I'm not actually, because a momentum trader would be getting out when that momentum stops if they're short, or entering long at that momentum change, saying we're going back up. And I mean, again, I'm still fading that. So people have said I'm a breakout trader. No, because I don't trade every breakout either. You know, I trade the breakouts that are breaking out into stop losses. That's it. That's why you can't really put a definition on what anything is. That's why strategies don't work. Because what people want to say is, okay, well, the only way a strategy works is if it's mechanical. And the only way to be mechanical is take the same exact thing every single time. So every single breakout you take. Well, every single breakout isn't worth taking, because a lot of them are what they like to call fake outs or swing failure patterns. It's the same thing. People say, well, what's a swing failure pattern? Well, that just means that it came up, swept the stops in order to go down. That's essentially exactly what we were looking for right here for that move. This was just a swing failure pattern. You know, I mean, most people look at a swing failure pattern as something that happens at the highs, but it happens everywhere. What is a swing failure pattern? It just looks something like this. Here, price is going like this, and what happens is you get this pop right here, just pops real quick, comes right back down, and shoots down to the downside. Well, why does that happen? Because anybody that's short here that hasn't pulled out yet, they want to make sure that they get them out. They want to shake them out before going down. That's it. So you grab them stops before making the move down. And that's exactly what you saw here. What would happen, anybody that shorted the fair value gap more than likely got stopped out there. And then also your breakout traders that broke to the downside, where's their stops at? Right above this level, because this was the last high. So many strategies out here. Here's how they'll tell you to move your stop losses. Always. Here's how the market moves, right? We're always going to see this pattern all the time. Here's where the market moves. So let's say that you shorted. Okay, let's say you shorted right here. So you shorted. Here's your stop. All right. You go into profit. Now what do? You made a high. You put your stop there. Next high comes in. You retrace, whatever you want to do. You put your stop right here. So what does that mean to you as you're sitting here watching this price move down? That means that if they want to make sure to get these guys out before bringing the price down so that they're not getting to their you know, they're not staying in this game, you want to see something like this and then drop back down. Why? Because these stops have to be ran. They have to run these stops instead of letting these guys run along for free on this ride. You don't want these guys running along for free on a ride. You know, I compare everything to poker a lot, and the reason that I say that, same thing goes when you're playing poker. Let's say you're in the big blind, right? And the guy in the small blind limps in. So essentially it's, you know, it's two, you know, two that you got to get for the big blind, one for the big blind, or one for the small blind. Well, if they limp in, what should you automatically do? If the small blind limps in and you're next to act, you should raise. I don't care what you got in your hand. Why? Because you need to make them pay to see that flop. You should raise regardless, just because they limped in. And that's exactly what the market's doing. The market's saying, oh, really? Okay, well, there you go. I'm going to hit your stops. How you like that? You going to re-enter? What are you going to do now? You know, and the small blind normally is going to fold. Now, you don't want to get me on the table because I limp in on purpose with people that do stuff like that. What I'll do is I'll limp. I just did this last night. I've actually got all the video, but if I find a guy that's real aggressive in the big blind, what I'll do is I'll wait until I get a decent hand and I'll limp in on the small blind. Guy will raise, I'll raise over the top of him. What does he do next? Well, he has no choice but to fold. What are you going to do now? You going to call? You know you didn't have shit. You're only raising because he's trying to limp and you're just trying to be a dick at the end of the day. So, and I recorded the whole session last night and I was hitting on all cylinders last night. Sometimes I'm really feeling it. And last night was one of those times. I'm probably going to drop the video on the other YouTube channel, but I'll drop it in the server too once I get it uploaded. But I did exactly that. I limped in, guy raised, I raised up over the top of him. He had to give up. So now he wasted a bunch of money just because, you know, he was testing me. But the market does the same thing. They're not going to let you just run for free. You know what I mean? They're going to make sure that they run the stops, run these areas before going, and it just makes sense, you know. And that's what people talk about when they say shake people out or whatever. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. Yeah, it's all lining up, and as more conversations happen in the chats and with Paul and Crown and everybody else, like everything just starts clicking in. Like the other day Paul found this 3-hour trick and we lined it up with Crown's levels and my levels, and it takes time to kind of see all the patterns and all the trends and where things happen and how they happen. So here we go. We're gonna have a little bit of a break here, either to the upside or the downside on the short time frames. So you can see here it's battling that 100 tick trend up, which it just rejected off of, and it also rejected off that 4-hour. So we have like a level here basically.
Is there not a lot of longs induced at this stage now, reality? All those bottom wicks.
Yeah, we got some longs. You should have some shorts coming in too. Lebonsky, have a great day, man. I appreciate you showing up. I will see you tomorrow, man.
Cheers, Lebonsky.
You should have some shorts coming in.
Banging ass trade y'all got. Sorry.
Who's that? Oh, Dennis. Hey, how's it going? Did you catch it? I hope.
I got to watch that great short as I was hauling ass because I hit snow last night and had to stop. So I hopefully watched all of you make a great bank account today.
Very nice, very nice.
I was hoping for a good trade today. That means I'd finish tomorrow, but it is what it is.
Yeah. We should. I'm
hoping.
I'm hoping that it sets up for a nice trade. I mean, maybe throughout the day. I don't know, but I'm hoping it sets up for a nice Friday. I love Fridays. Normally you get big movement on Friday. So I'm hoping it sets up for a nice move tomorrow as well. We'll see.
Well, I'll be right there with you because I'm getting home this evening now. I was supposed to be home at 8:45 this morning.
Oh, wow.
And when I stopped last night because I couldn't see the road anymore, I slept for 8 hours straight, which is not normal. Like I normally wake up 3-4 hours tops. So I was obviously tired.
Yeah, you were
Just didn't
exhausted.
realize it, but
You were exhausted, man. Jeez.
so, it is what it is. I normally run when I'm deadheading, like now it's just my pickup and my trailer. I run about 1,100 miles a day. So feasibly, I should have made it home in one shot yesterday, but
It's a lot of driving in a day, man.
I'm pretty over it.
He said,
I
I'm
don't
pretty
want to do
over
it
it.
anymore.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's a lot. That's a lot. I was listening to
So,
you talk
like, I was
about your
looking-
week the other day, and I thought to myself, when I was expediting, I had some weeks that I'd run like 38 to 4,200 miles, and I thought that was a lot. And you're talking about way more miles than that. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't. Well, see, I'm not on ELD, so I mean, as long as I can make my logbooks look right,
Yeah.
I can run as much as I want. So I mean, I've done 1,000 miles in a truck trying to get to destination to deliver to beat a storm. So you just got to work your logbook right, so at least if you get pulled, DOT doesn't say anything about it.
Yeah. I didn't have to deal with any of that, luckily, because I was hot shotting in a Sprinter, so they didn't really mess with you. You could just run through.
Right
but
on.
That was a long time ago. I couldn't do it today. I'll be honest with you. Never in a million years could I do it today, but I enjoyed it when I did it. Let's put it that way.
I'm pretty done. Like we started in late 2017 doing campers, and a couple of years ago she couldn't really drive anymore physically, just 3 hours in the seat, and she feels like somebody's stabbing her in the side. Like she was miserable.
Yeah.
So I started moving semis and started doing 2 at a time because it pays better. I make more now than what we made together doing campers.
Wow.
So
That's good.
but I'll be 50 at the end of April, and my goal has always been to retire by 50. And I'm feeling my age now, so like she tells me all the time, I don't know how you do it, because I left Dallas Monday. I'd have been to Michigan Tuesday night at 7 p.m.
Wow.
And I didn't leave until 1 in the afternoon. I left at 3 in the afternoon Monday. But I stopped, took a 3-hour nap, got back on the road. She's like, I don't know how you do that. Well, I mean, I want to get paid and get home, because that, I want to be in front of my computer.
Yep. Yep.
So-
PD just said trading can fix that for you. Yep. Absolutely. I agree. That's what we're
Dude,
working
you know
on,
what?
PD.
I've been working at it since 2013, and I finally now see the light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm so happy to hear
So,
that. That's why I do this, guys. I love it.
One time, see, your strategy I really like, because you know how many times I've been the guy that you're catching? Like, I've flung so many accounts to give it to you, and I didn't even realize it.
And that's what everybody asks me all the time too. They say, why do you just do all this for free? It's my way of giving back, guys. You don't understand. Sometimes I have to feel a little bit bad. I'm sorry. And it's just human nature. There's nothing I can do, but that's exactly who I'm trying to help, is the people that, you guys as stop losses are getting hit when we're taking, these trades here. And I want you guys to not be those people no more. I want you guys being the ones that are trading into the stop losses and taking other people's money. Because at the end of the day, sadly, just like poker, I always say, just like poker, we're not taking the casino's money at poker either. You guys are well aware of this. When you sit down at that poker table, it's all those guys sitting around the table that you're taking the money from. Well, that's the same thing we're doing as traders. We have to take money from somebody. I just want everybody in this community to not be the ones getting their money took. We want to be the money takers, right? So.
About 9 years ago, it's 8 years ago, I had this grand idea. And hearing you say that just made me realize why I like you. Because I was thinking the exact same thing about teaching people and helping people succeed once I succeeded. because everybody wants $10,000 to mentor you, and 90% of them you still don't ever make it.
Yep. And my whole goal here is, and I mean, you'll be able to resonate with this too as well, Dennis. My whole goal here is, as I help more people and as more people learn and understand this and even put their own swing on it, right? I'm not expecting everybody to trade exactly like me. Never once am I trying to do that. Anybody that puts their own finesse on it, their own swing on it, makes it work. And what I hope is that all these people now participate and help teach the people who come in next. We're going to have new beginners coming in, and I'm hoping that everybody as a community gets together, everybody teaches, and essentially it'll go on for generation and generation. There's a lot of young guys that are learning as well. I realize we're not the young guys, but eventually our generation, sadly, is going to not be here no more. You know, there's going to be no more you, Dennis, no more me, no more Paul. And a lot of these younger guys that are still here, you know, guys like Landon that are only, what is he now? 18, 19 years old. He's still going to continue on and keep teaching all these things so that people, generations to come, can have financial freedom just the same. I mean, that's my goal here. So.
Yeah, dude, if I make it past this September, I've lived longer than my mom did. So, you know what? I kind of look at it as I'm almost on borrowed time already.
Oh, my jeez. But yeah, we need to get you out of that truck for sure.
I've been driving too long this morning. See, when you're driving, and I'm sure you understand this, you have nothing but time to think.
Yep.
Like, so either I'm listening to the news or I'm kicking a genre that keeps me driving and not thinking about time. So I've been thinking about, you know, I think my gift to myself, instead of that Maserati or that Aston Martin, I think I'm going to offer, because I have 3 children and my wife has 4 children from a previous marriage, but only one of them talks to us. So my gift to myself for success is I think I'm going to offer to take 4 of them and their families on a cruise.
That's
because I've always wanted to get that big 3-bedroom thing on a Norwegian cruise. It's just so damn expensive. I could never afford it. So I think that would be a great way to celebrate success.
Yeah.
Anyways, I didn't mean to hijack the chat. I just figured I'd pop in.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Tell y'all I got to at least watch y'all make money today. That was a nice trade too. I was sitting there watching the stream going, fuck, I wish I was in that. That would have caught me to half of what I need to finish the challenge. Which, Lost, congratulations on that trade, by the way. I heard him say he's halfway, like, once. Hell yeah, that's awesome. And I think did I run everybody off, or did my signal just go shit?
No. Everybody's still here.
Oh, everybody's still here.
Oh, right on. There's that Irishman.
Yeah,
Dude, I either got to get to Ireland or get you over here. We got to have a beer together.
Most definitely, Eddie. Absolutely. I'm working my ass off every day to do that.
So between an Irishman, a Scotsman, and an Australian. Like if you want to prove yourself to be a light drinker, just hang out with them for a minute. You'll be good.
Yeah, and I drink 14. So basically moonshine.
Oh,
that sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, it rubs the head
Dude,
off
my
you.
dad got to hook up for some beach moonshine that was delicious.
Mm.
There's a bunch of camper haulers on the road.
When it comes to drinking, I can outlast cokeheads by just simply drinking. That's a queer feat.
Well, I mean, all they got to do is take one extra bump and they're done.
Yeah, but that keeps the dickheads going.
See, I can't. Like, okay, so like I enjoy smoking marijuana, right?
Yep.
I was dead set against it because the first time I tried it, I was cross-baited and I thought I was going to die. And I was 16. So I was like, nope. And then me and my wife moved to Colorado in 2016. She's like, look, I want you to try it with me. And I said, okay. So I gave it a shot. Got me to stop drinking and help my depression, anxiety, all that shit. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fully on the bandwagon. And there's only a couple of illicit drugs that I've ever really wanted to try, like ecstasy, or what you youngins might know as Molly, right? But nowadays I would never try any of it because they're lacing it all with some shit you don't know, and you're just gonna kick your ass and kill you.
Yeah.
So weed is my jam. I prefer that over drinking. But
yeah, it's far better for you.
Maybe if I lose another funded, I give that a shot.
Do I smoking weed or Molly? Molly
Molly.
make you feel good.
Lose my funded, go feel good, and be like, all right, whatever happens, happens. Oh shit.
Yeah, I was like Molly and shrooms, but like
Oh, the
shrooms are
stream's
now
still going?
legal in some states. So, but my wife told me I should never try shrooms after the freak out I had smoking weed last time. So
Oh, the
Yeah.
stream's still going. The stream's still going.
Yeah, the stream's still going. It's all right.
Well, we
So
were
we're
talking
good.
about emotional support.
Yeah, as long as you ain't
We were
talking about
talking about
emotional support
apparatus.
weapons, you're fine.
No. Right, we're talking about illicit
Yeah.
drugs
I think
and
it's
shit.
funny,
All right,
like-
cool.
Like
Yeah,
they
that's
won't even
fine.
allow us to talk about hunting. Like that's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Damn, PETA's running YouTube.
geez.
You know, they're going to feel stupid when the zombie apocalypse happens and we can't talk about emotional support weapons.
About the zombies.
yeah.
Oh, the spur zombies. Will someone think of the zombies, please?
Right. Zombies have rights too. Like,
That's it. Funny.
If you go to YouTube Education, YouTube Education, here, I'll copy your link. They're all in there. He might have already dropped it. I don't know. I'm not on that page now. Yeah. There you go. He already dropped it for you, Lost and Voids. But if you go to YouTube Education, they're all in there as well. On the sidebar there.
Yeah, I got it. You put it in the chat.
Yep. And there's a...
What would
If
we
you
like
go-
to see? I'll say, what would we like to see reality for the close of the next star candle? What would we like to happen?
Well, right now, if you want my honest opinion, we're probably just going to run sideways. You see how these candles are? These are just sideways candles right here in this
Yeah.
range. If you pull this range over, of course, you already have all the ranges, so I don't know why I'm showing you this pullover range, because you got them. Paul's the range master. He's great at this. But anyway, we're essentially just running sideways. So what will happen next is we're either going to close up inside this range, and we'll be in that consolidation range, which isn't super great, but we cleaned it up some. So the move up may not be super bad if we make a move up. Or, we'll close below the range and we'll start thinking about coming down and testing the 0.5 at least this wick or the bottom of the wick. But it wouldn't surprise me at all, Paul, if you want my honest opinion, that we don't just stay sideways. We keep printing candles just like this for the rest of the day. Honestly,
Yeah, like that right now
I
on
hope-
the lower
yeah.
time frame.
I hope not, because there'll be no entries. But at the same time, this will help you, practice not trading it, because you can see this. You don't want to trade this. I mean, you can see this plainly. You don't want to trade this. These are just sideways candles, so it's just don't really want to be part of this. Can it break and move
Daily
into
at
new areas?
29.64. Is that what your top orange candle is?
Say what now?
I have a daily level at 29.64. That top orange candle, I can't see the value. Is it 29.54 or 6.4?
Yeah, this 64.4 is yesterday's high. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a daily right at that level exactly. So what I'm thinking is it might come up to test that again.
It could. I mean, what they'd call this is an inside day. Essentially, we're trading
Yeah.
inside. We popped out, Ooh, try to, if you want me to explain it to you in JJ terms, market maker terms, here's how he looks at it, right? We had an inside day. She popped out to test price up here to see if we'd go higher, failed to go higher, and now we're trading inside. That's how exactly he would say it word for word, believe it or not.
ICT terms, we swept liquidity and then we dropped.
Yep. So, but yeah, on that
That's
note,
crazy
guys.
because I have a 4-hour trend line right at the daily inter.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question concerning Asia's setup last night. Like, could you have seen that coming? And what were you looking for to see it happen? Because there was like a $20 push on gold last night.
Yes, that 8 p.m. candle. Like,
Yeah.
it sweeps and hauls ass the other direction. Because I looked at it, but I was driving. I couldn't trade. So
I mean,
because I'd have caught that move.
you could have. No, this is before that, wasn't it? That's 1300.
Yeah, that's all the way yesterday.
That's way before it. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to see where.
Yeah.
Okay, right here was your start, so that was 1800. Doji down wick, no bottom wick on that candle. That was just a push. Comes down, puts bottom wicks on. Kinda. We didn't cover that one. Right here, depending on how this candle built, right here would have been an area you could have got involved. Candle comes down, no bottom wick. That is the 20 candle, right? So that would have been what? 4 hours.
8 o'clock, I think, is 20.
Okay. So the 8 o'clock candle came in, the 8:30 candle came in, put a bottom wick, flipped and pushed up. The only problem is you probably wouldn't have, I mean, unless you could really hold it, this would have been tough. It'd have been tough holding through that. You see what I'm saying? You probably would have already been out.
I would have been waiting for that candle on the bottom of the candle before that.
Yep. So no bottom wick here is a perfect.
Reality, I don't.
Yeah.
You were saying
Go ahead,
something,
Dennis.
Dennis?
I was going to ask Reality because I'm learning the way he trades. So, okay, so if you have a candle that doesn't put a bottom wick,
Mm-hmm.
if let's say you get 3 candles past and it does create that bottom wick, we consider that to be making the bottom wick that didn't show up 3 candles earlier, and then trade the flip up.
Yeah, normally a lot of times what'll happen is like this candle here, you could have potentially traded this candle down. I know that sounds crazy in the mix of all this, but you had no top wick on this candle. This candle opens up, puts in a top wick, flips. You could have traded that down, anticipating this putting on a bottom wick. But then right here, and here's where it would have got tricky. You got no bottom wick. So this candle comes in, puts in a bottom wick, and you could have traded the flip up. You wouldn't have ended up with a lot in this can. I mean, maybe it's bigger than it looks. Your entry would have been there. I mean, I guess it would have been a little something, but this would have started testing your entry. If anybody could have stayed in it, that'd have been great. And then your entry essentially would have been right here. So this would have been your entry, and you could have ran that all the way up. My problem is I would have never stayed in this position. Now it's completely on how everybody else manages, but you could have ran that entry all the way up here. I just never would have kept it. But that would have been initially the entry you could have took during last night's session in order to catch the up move if you wanted to. It tested your entry hard right here, though.
I can't even see it.
So,
I can't even see it, and I can tell you I wouldn't have stayed in it.
Yeah.
Like I'm bad about cutting my trade.
Yeah, I wouldn't have stayed in it either. That's the whole thing. And I mean, you can't have anticipated this top wick. Again, it's tough. There really wasn't anything per se throughout Asia. I mean, other than that move there really wasn't anything that was great. Let's look at the hour real quick, just in case the hour showed something a little different.
There.
Yeah, that wasn't bad there. I mean, you could have anticipated your top wick there. That would have been tough too, though. Yeah, it's not great. I'm not a big fan of the overnight session, honestly. But it would have been tough, guys.
Sometimes I watch it and it's like, there's been
Yeah.
moves that I'm watching, and I'm like, I could have slept on $1,000 last night.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice move up. And the biggest issue I would have had, me myself, I probably wouldn't have took a position at all. The biggest problem I would have had with it is the fact this daily opened with no bottom wick. As soon as it opened and just started pushing up, my first instinct would have been eventually we're to come and make that bottom wick. I would have been thinking that the whole time. So longing this thing would have been extremely rough for me because I would have always been anticipating that it's going to flip back down and this wick on that we caught this morning. You know what I mean? That's exactly what I'd been thinking the whole time is, oh man, she's gonna go down there, flip that daily candle and put a bottom wick. So I'm on borrowed time. Like Dennis just said, I'm on borrowed time. That's what I would have thought the whole time in that position if I ever would have longed any of these. So that would have been tough for me. Obviously you guys don't see it the same, but that's how I see it, right? Is it could flip at any given time. So right here could just bang down and flipped. You know, so to be long is just goes against all my, you know, thought process of what has to happen. And obviously this morning, we know there's not a bottom wick, so now it's super easy to trade into that bottom wick. That was a given. That was way too easy. Like I said, at 6:30 this morning, I told the indicator guy, I said, you know, it's going to go 200 pips at least dump. And I really believe he thought I was crazy. And then I came into the stream at 7 and I told Paul, I said, dump incoming. I think everybody thought I was out of my mind, but I mean, it's just how I see it, right?
I would like to see it the same way.
You'll get there.
That move
You'll
last
get there.
night, I would dare. I really wish I could have taken that.
Yeah, if I could have traded mobile, I'd have caught that down move because I saw it this morning, but I started at 4:45 Eastern time. So, like, I saw it, but I like Tradevate on take profit. You can't trade mobile.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even get my account to log in on mobile.
Oh, wow. I thought you could trade mobile
Crazy.
on. Well, no, you should be able to hook that to TradingView.
Well, yes, but my copy trade, the copy trader doesn't work on TradingView.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. But you can still open a position and trade it if
So,
you.
because I prefer trading. Yeah, I prefer TradingView. I just can't because I'm running more than one account. I just can't do it.
Yeah. I mean, you could just run one account when you're mobile like that, and just go ahead and use TradingView and trade it, just so at least you bag one. I mean, it was a beautiful move this morning.
Right.
You could have easily bagged a good chunk and just did it on one account. I mean, why not? Better than not catching it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll figure out how to. I'm not 100% sure how to get connected on mobile. Like I tried.
I believe.
I think I was on Apex.
I believe, man. All you do is hit. I don't know how it is on mobile, but you hit the trading panel here and just connect it to your broker.
Well, yeah, no, that's on the mobile. Like when I try to go to the trading panel, like there's not a trading panel button on mobile. It's connect to brokers. Like I'll figure it out. Like it's a little bit different. Like because I was going to do my paper trading on mobile because I started my paper trading with 5,000. It's at 11,000 now. Like I kill it on paper, and then I blow my account.
Oh, Ace says TradeAvate's going to offer $35 a month for multi-prop firm connections here soon. That would be great. I might mess with TradeAvate then. JJ from Good Times. No, JJ, the market maker. JJ the Gorilla PD. I'm sorry, I missed some of you guys' comments because I was in the server. I'm sorry. Let's start trading in queue again, guys. No, no Ace.
Yeah, I'd like to get my personal account with TradeAvate too. Like,
yeah,
because I would connect that to TradingView to be able to trade it and my prop accounts on TradeAvate. But I did. What was that? Anybody know which broker it was that ICT was? AMP. I used AMP. I just made a $5,000 account. AMP is damn expensive. like they're making money hand over fist on round trip
Oh, yeah.
contracts.
Oh, yeah. A lot of these companies are, sadly. All right, guys. Well, I need to pack it up. I will be back at 1 to do the education stream for any of you guys that want to show up. Oh, you don't like Trade of 8. Sonny! My guy! How are you today?
Hey, Sonny.
He says Trade of 8 is, and he's puking. I'm about to leave out, Sonny.
Yeah, once you get used to Trade of 8, it's not bad. I don't chart on it. Like drawing on it's a pain in the ass. But
Yeah.
as far as
yeah.
executions, it's not bad.
And Dennis, if you're on later, I'm looking forward to hearing about that 15-minute candle thing you're talking about again. I'd like to see it in action tonight.
Oh, right on. Well, I won't be trading, but I'll be on because, well, no, if I make it home at 4 o'clock, I will. So it's like it's been -5 degrees at the house. My poor wife's like, she's like, I slept in a coat with the hood up last night and my electric blanket on.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
But I'll be on. God willing, I'm going to make it home by 5, so I'll be on it at 8.
Cool deals. Looking forward to hearing.
4-hour trend. An FYI.
Sounds good. Sounds good, guys.
How
Anybody
about
got any
30
other
minute candle as well?
questions?
All good.
No, thanks, reality. I'll see you at 1 because I'm driving. So
Okay, that'll
Yep.
work, Dennis. I'll
Thanks.
see you then, man. Hey, Sonny, everybody stays in the server too. Sonny, if you want to hang out, people stay in the server on the live chat now all day. No questions, Ace? All
yeah,
right.
Sonny, stick around. It's a party.
Yeah, it is. They party big time in there. They have all kinds of fun. So if you want to partake in that, Sonny, at any point in time, we'll be back at 1 for the education stream. But Sonny, I know that things have changed a little bit since you were active before, because we've got a lot more active people and a lot more people participating in the server. And all you guys on the social medias, if you have not joined the free Discord, consider doing so. It's a good time over here. People live trading all day long, guys. Super fun. Come enjoy it. Have fun with it. Trading is not the loneliest business there is. I heard that one time. I'm trying to change trading, and I don't want it to be lonely anymore for you guys to trade. No reason for it to be lonely. We all can do it together. Jeez. Join us, Speedy says. Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna hang out over there. Stay away from my wife. Oh, Ace.
Oh, shit. Whoops.
Somebody screenshot that. And
No. Nope, I don't want nothing to do with it. I am pleading the fifth. I have no idea what he said. I can't even read. I don't speak no English.
I was about to say, there's a
hear
problem.
nothing.
Isn't the stream actually saved?
Yeah. I
You're
mean,
screwed,
it'll be here. It'll be here.
Oh, ouch.
Blackmail it.
No
Blackmail it.
English.
Kink is cool, but not in real
No
life.
English. No English.
Yeah, right? Oh, you guys. All right. I'm going to jump out of here, guys. I will be back at 1. Love to see you guys back then. For anybody that's going to be back, I'll see you then. Anybody that's not, have a great rest of your day. Sonny smells black. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks, man. See you later.